The deputy sect leader noticed this. He grinned and let out a foolish laugh, saying, "Who are you?" Zhuge Ling suddenly stood up. A wave of aura surged out from Zhuge's body like a terrifying tide. "Today will be the day you are exterminated." A loud bang echoed. The lawyer was violently blasted dozens of feet away by the incoming force. He bent down to inspect the already dead Tang man. His expression was grim. "You are from the One Poison sect, right?" The lawyer's gaze suddenly sharpened. He sensed behind him a fierce sword aura. The sound of a shoelace cutting through the air attacked. Zhuge Ling, sword in hand, charged forward. Sharp claws shot out directly. They pierced through Tang's chest. As the venomous claws slowly withdrew, an elder of the Tang family fell dead on the spot. But at that moment, it had already invaded his heart. Before he could react, the lawyer's figure blurred for a moment and disappeared. He approached. A faint sound, "Pee-tee." A heavy punch struck out like a cannonball. The Tang person was caught off guard and was blasted away several meters. Blood involuntarily spurted out from his mouth. Due to the forced attack, the poison quickly spread. Raging sword strikes flew continuously. He launched a fierce attack at the lawyer. Unexpectedly, the lawyer's defense was astonishing. He stood there, allowing the strikes to land, yet remained unscathed. He immediately seized the opportunity in the gap of the Tang people's sword. Damn, when did he poison it? But at this point, he had no other choice. He had to take the opponent down before the poison took effect. In a flash, he moved. Once again, he charged forward like lightning. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the hand holding the sword suddenly felt a sharp pain. A thick, dark energy slowly traveled from the palm to the heart. Onlookers gritted their teeth. Their faces filled with disbelief. Others turned their heads. A cold smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. This sword strike was fueled by all his strength. Even if the opponent doesn't die, they will be seriously injured. Tianba charged towards his opponent like a bolt of lightning. The sharp blade suddenly flashed by. It headed straight for his opponent's throat. But the lawyer's movements were incredibly fast. In an instant, he raised his hand to block this lethal strike, and their expressions suddenly hardened. This is the trump card of the green poison sorcerer from the 10,000 Poisons sect. At this point, he channeled all his internal energy to its peak. "You killed my son," he coldly said. "Come at me. I want you to pay with your lives for my son." And across from him, a monster clad in green, exuding an aura of evil, strode forward. Onlookers saw this. In an instant, it sent the man in black flying. With one strike, he killed dozens. Tang looked across calmly. This group was the elite team of the One Poison sect. Tang's aura surged uncontrollably, attacking fiercely. Tang Ren raised his head and let out a long howl. Suddenly, unleashing a burst of internal energy, "Die, all of you." Then came a buzzing sound. The violent wave of energy surged out. It ripped the clothes to shreds. "You bastards, get out here." As soon as these words were spoken, dozens of shadows descended from the sky. He had lost his vitality. The bystanders stared wide-eyed. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. A surge of overwhelming rage instantly welled up in their hearts. A violent calm surged forth. His face was filled with disbelief. He quickly rushed forward. With tears streaming down his face, he shouted, "Son, how are you doing?" But at this moment, the son's pupils were already dilated. A familiar scream drew near from afar. A figure shot in from the distance. It crashed into the tree as Tangren focused and recognized the person's face. His expression suddenly changed dramatically. Seeing this, Tangren's eyes narrowed. He quickly covered his mouth and nose. He shouted, "Someone's using poison magic. Everyone, be careful." But just as he finished speaking, seeing that something unusual has occurred, he quickly flew forward to check it out. One of the disciples pointed ahead in terror, shouting, "Monster, monster." Tangren focused and looked in the direction the disciple pointed, but he saw a cloud of black mist rushing toward them like the wind. Gradually weakening the martial arts alliance's forces is the best strategy. Meanwhile, on the battlefield in Yueyang, Zhuge Lin and the Tang family's elder, Tang Ren, are fighting fiercely in the crowd. Unexpectedly, behind Tang Ren, there comes the terrified screams of his disciples. It's a significant obstacle to our full-scale attack. Now, to stop the Wulin alliance from sending reinforcements to the south, the strongest guard squad has already gone to the battlefield to intercept them. Even the vice leader of the One Poison sect has joined the attacking army. We don't need to waste time and energy on the Zhuge family, but I don't believe they would really dare to use such underhanded tactics like poison. Yuan Hua chuckled softly and said, "In the face of life and death, what are justice and pride worth? What are justice and pride worth?" Also, the formation of the Zhuge family is incredibly bizarre. Calmly analyzing, he said the Tang family's hidden weapons are also hard to defend against. If their poison masters were to use poison on a large scale in battle, I'm afraid our army would completely collapse. Elder Wu Kuai, standing nearby, let out a cold snort. They claim to be an upright sect. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Beishan Palace, the 6 great families and the martial alliance's joint command were giving Ming a headache. Especially the vanguard led by Zhuge Ling. The army of the Overlord's palace has repeatedly suffered defeat at their hands. Military commander Yuan Hua looked grim. Ordinary families simply can't withstand this. This is a matter of great importance. There is no room for the slightest negligence. The alliance leader, Master Qingshu, repeatedly ordered to send more people for support. Everyone's expression changed dramatically. Their faces turned gloomy. This is an army from the Blood Alliance that dates back hundreds of years. Although they number only 300, each one is quite powerful. Reporting to the alliance leader, the main force of the Heavenly Overlord Palace is moving northward. The one leading this team is the Blood Knight. 4 family factions have already been eliminated. Upon hearing Blood Knight, years of hard training have played a significant role at this moment. The disciple is unmatched in bravery. They have caused the Heavenly Overlord Palace's army to fall into chaos. Meanwhile, inside the headquarters of the Martial Spirit Alliance, the captain of the intelligence team rushed into the conference hall anxiously. The enhancement of wisdom and martial power has greatly increased the strength of the Zhuge family. Now, as the war between the Central Plains martial world and the Beishan Palace erupts again, the Zhuge family is at the forefront, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the Heavenly Overlord Palace. Are settled. Why don't we return to the city to report back? The Zhuge family has always been recognized as a family of exceptional wisdom in the martial world. And after the battle with the Beishan Palace 50 years ago, the talented members of the Zhuge family researched the top-secret techniques of various sects in the Jianghu. They combined the strengths of many to create an entirely new top-tier martial art. I wouldn't be qualified to fight him at all. For someone like him, we should maintain a sense of reverence. Elder Liu immediately bowed his head in apology, saying, "I was being narrow-minded." Now that things here, Elder Liu couldn't help but let out a series of cold laughs. It seems that old bastard is already beyond recovery. Unexpectedly, as soon as this was said, but Chen Taihang rebuked him, saying that Senior Wang is a highly respected master. If he were in his prime. Everyone looked at the quickly disappearing figure. A chill ran through their hearts. They hurriedly ordered the troops to search for the body at the bottom of the cliff. But even after turning the ground upside down, there was still no trace. Dao Wang turned back upon hearing this. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Your ambitions will not succeed. The victory in this war will surely belong to the side of justice." Yan Ba jumped down the cliff without hesitation, a generous sacrifice. Chen Taihang looked at the Knife King's actions in astonishment. In the next moment, his pupils contracted. He shouted loudly, "Senior, what are you trying to do? What a pity. It would have been better if I could hold on a little longer." Yan Ba suddenly turned and walked toward the edge of the cliff behind him. He knew very well that in his current state he was powerless to fight again. Rather than letting himself and Feng Hun fall into the hands of the Sky Blood Alliance, it would be better to protect the last bit of dignity. The opponent's demonic shadow weapon is extremely strange and cunning. Although he has done his best to prevent the evil energy from spreading within him, his internal organs are still severely injured. Even his heart meridians are seriously damaged. At this moment, the Knife King's sharp gaze gradually became lonely. They saw the Knife King with a proud expression, still standing firm among them. But his condition does not appear as fatigue-free as it seems. After a moment, he looked down at the injury on his abdomen. He murmured to himself, "I lost." A large amount of blood gushed out from his mouth. It was evident that, he had suffered severe internal injuries during the fight. His subordinates rushed forward to stabilize his condition. They looked at the Knife King across from them, their faces filled with shock. The two figures slowly emerged from within. The others hid to the side, watching the situation intently with bated breath. At this moment, Chen Taihang could no longer hold on. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground. As the two clashed with their moves, a violent force exploded like a nuclear blast. Today's explosion echoed through the entire mountain range. The area within several dozen meters was instantly leveled. When the dust settled, to quickly eliminate his opponent, accompanied by a deafening roar, the figures of both sides charged forward like lightning. This is a stunning blow they exerted all their life's power into, and also a strike that determines life and death for the loser. The Blade King held the abandoned sword, his gaze sharp as a blade. He knows very well that in his current state, he can no longer continue to fight. He must do his utmost. A device formed from charms suddenly appeared in the Blade King's hand. Chen Taihang saw the Blade King unleash his full power, and laughed excitedly. To fight the Blade King, one of the martial world's greatest masters, at full strength. This life is enough. Even if it costs me my life today, I will take you down first. All of a sudden, a loud bang echoed. A violent shockwave swept out. The ground shook and split apart. Slowly sheathed his soul-sealing sword. With a cold snort, he said he wanted to kill me. It's not that easy. As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from his body. He channeled his internal energy to its peak. We've endured for hundreds of years. Now is the time to wash away the shame. But it's a pity. Today, Elder, you will die here. Seeing this, the Blade King exhaled deeply. He coldly said, "Centuries have passed, and yet the ambition of your Blood Sky Alliance remains just as vast. The sinister Chen Taihang laughed upon hearing this. He let out a loud laugh. 600 years ago, a powerful force suddenly emerged. It plunged the entire martial world into chaos and bloodshed. This force was the Blood Sky Alliance, formed by Yu Chengshang, the master of Yingjia Fortress in Central Plains, He Bingqian, the ghost demon of the Northern Sea's giant axe, the leader of the assassin group Ghost Lord, Black Widow, and Lin Shu, the leader of the Ironblood Knights. At this point, this only strengthened his resolve. The source of all this conflict was instigated by the Blood Alliance. Chen Taihang is using the Shadow Magic Tool, a unique skill of the Blood Alliance's winner. His expression extremely grim. That last strike. The strength is overwhelming. It caught him off guard. He covered his shoulder wound. The violent power surged through. It actually tore the barrier apart. The figures of both sides clashed in an instant. After one strike, they crossed each other. The Sword King looked at the figure of the opponent. The Blade King's internal force surged endlessly, and with one sword strike, deflected the attack. But before he could react, Chen Taihang let out an angry roar, gathering his strength. At first sight, I have returned once again, channeling his inner energy into the Wind Soul. A surge of powerful energy erupted suddenly, forming an aura in front of him. The next second, it clashed with the sinister sword energy, creating a thunderous explosion. Seeing this, the Sword King instantly became extremely serious. Life and death were at stake. There was no room for righteousness. He quickly gathered his strength. I saw him hoarsely let out a deep roar. He raised his hand and swung his sword. A violent burst of black sword energy erupted. An evil, nauseating aura surged toward him. Just now, Chen Taihang activated his evil skills and dramatically increased his aura several times. A thick aura of evil enveloped him, like a demon. He is the legendary Sword King who once dominated the martial arts world for decades. Now he is ambushed by villains. He finds himself in a life and death crisis. In the end, to preserve his only dignity, he leaps off a 100-meter cliff. His bloodthirstiness grew more savage, and his temperament drastically changed. Let out bursts of strange laughter. This is just the beginning. The real show is about to start. Dad, this move. He gritted his teeth and let out a low growl. A thick, black mist suddenly appeared on his face. The next second, the black mist covered his entire body. Snorted coldly, sternly asked, "Are you planning to give up us?" Unexpectedly, Chen Taihang burst out laughing. "How could I, teen? I so soon. I just didn't expect I'd use this here." Chen Taihang hears this, exhales deeply. Without comment, I still underestimated the senior's strength. At these words, the Blade King, the Knife King's gaze is sharp, his aura undiminished. He coldly speaks, "If this is all your strength, you might as well surrender. You cannot defeat me." Chen Taihang was gasping for breath, his face full of disbelief. He couldn't believe it. The Knife King, in a wounded state, remains just as powerful. Both sides exchanged blows at an incredible speed. Countless sword shadows swirled around them. In the blink of an eye, they had already clashed hundreds of times. After a fierce exchange of attacks, the two stood facing each other. The immense power directly forced his opponent back several paces. Chen Taihang refused to be outdone. He quickly steadied himself. His feet pushed off the ground. He launched forward again with explosive force. The Blade King had a sharp glint in his eyes. He grinned mockingly at the elders of the Blood Alliance. "Is that all your strength amounts to?" Yan Bafenghun suddenly unleashed his power. A domineering burst of energy surged forward. He charged forward with his sword like lightning. The two sides clashed together in an instant. A tremendous roar erupted. The overwhelming energy surged forth. It nearly knocked the fans of Shao Ka off their feet. It let out a clear ring. "Looks like you're confident. Then show me all your strength." As soon as the words fell, Chen Taihang shouted loudly and asked, "Do you really think you are my opponent? Given your current state, senior, I think my chances of winning are high." The Sword King's fingers twitched slightly. The Wind Soul was instantly unsheathed. "Was also done by you, right?" Chen Taihang snorted coldly and said with a light laugh, "Let's settle this after you and I compete, senior." The Blade King suddenly tightened his grip on the Wind Soul. "This is highly unfavorable to our next plan." When the Blade King heard this, his expression turned serious. Coldly, he said, "The matter of the Nangong family. It's an honor to compete with you. I'm truly honored. Regardless of your standing with Ba, Tiangong, or the Nangong family, you are of great importance." Upon hearing this, Knife King slowly drew the wind from his waist. He said with a chuckle, "So many people have come to ambush this old bone of mine. It's no wonder people would laugh if I told them." However, Chen Taihang was not impressed by this. The Blade King slowly opened his eyes. "You've been looking for me for a long time, haven't you?" Chen Taihang's gaze was cold and sharp. He chuckled lightly. "Senior, you must be waiting for us here. But today, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave." "Kill him." Unexpectedly, Chen Taihang raised his hand to stop them. "Stand down. I'll deal with him myself." Sensing someone approaching, Chen Taihang saw that the Blade King was gravely injured and wore a wicked grin. "It seems that old fellow is seriously hurt." The captain saw this situation. In a cold voice, he ordered his subordinates behind him, "Go, get him." He had to recover quickly to cope with the upcoming situation. But just then, the pursuers from the Blood Alliance had quietly arrived behind them, muttering to himself, "I'm getting old after all. If Gu Yangpeng knew, he'd definitely make fun of me." He then started circulating his internal energy, stabilizing his injuries. Gasping for breath, he was suddenly attacked by over 100 skilled fighters. Although he killed them all, but he also sustained considerable injuries. He sat cross-legged under the tree. He has killed so many people. His condition must be severely depleted. This is our perfect opportunity to deal with him. Meanwhile, deep in the dense forest, the King of Knives is exhausted, leaning against a tree trunk, and was in his prime condition. "With our strength, we probably wouldn't stand a chance." Hearing this, Chen Taihang let out a strange laugh in response. The Blade King's power is actually this overwhelming. "Elder Liu," he looked solemn. He solemnly said, "It seems our plan has been exposed." If the Blade King wasn't injured, creating confusion, and at the same time, in the deep mountains of the south, Chen Taihang, the Grand Elder of the Blood Alliance, looked at the ground full of corpses, his face changing unpredictably. All 120 guards stationed outside the stronghold had been wiped out. The Viking plan is to find the true mastermind and avenge the family. Although it has nothing to do with Guan Xiaming, the forces under Batiangong's rule are a mixed bag. There must be factions causing trouble behind the scenes, looking bleak and desolate. The dead are gone, the living have moved on. After a moment of mourning, Fearless slowly stood up. "If you dare disrespect the Nongong family again, I'll twist your head off." The Nangong family was tragically wiped out in a single night. With a heavy heart, Wu Wei buried the bodies. Graves stood all over the courtyard. Ji Zhongming saw Wu Wei suddenly lose his temper, and his heart instantly trembled. Wu Wei then walked straight toward him. He coldly said, "You'd better watch your words and actions." Calling out to the old butler Guo, "Dissatisfaction is not impossible either, but why should I help you after you seriously injured our people?" Before he could finish speaking, Wu Wei's fist had already slammed hard into his abdomen. The powerful force directly sent him flying several feet away and left through the main entrance. The coordinates should be heading northeast. Hearing this, Wu Wei immediately asked anxiously, "Can you track down their stronghold?" But Ming's subordinates laughed out loud upon hearing this. The man coldly glanced at Wu Wei. He continued analyzing, saying that the victim's strength was insufficient to force the assailants to use powerful techniques. So it's unclear which school's martial arts the killer used. But from the direction of the footprints left at the scene, we can infer that the killer should have attacked from the south gate. There are 7 assailants. One of them is left-handed. Wu Wei was taken aback. He couldn't help but exclaim about the Shadow Pavilion's intelligence capabilities. "Can you see anything else?" The subordinate respectfully replied that apart from an old man who was strangled to death, the others were all killed by sharp swords. From the level of decomposition of the bodies, it has been about 7 or 8 days. The marks on the wounds indicate that the princess sent me. It is precisely to investigate this matter thoroughly. It is also possible that those factions trying to incite war between the Martial Alliance and the Heavenly Palace are involved. He then turned to his subordinate to inquire. He asked about the situation of the investigation. She ordered the forces under Overlord Palace not to target the Nangong family. Wu Wei's gaze turned cold. He coldly asked again, "Are you saying there's someone else behind this?" Ji Zhongming ordered his men to start examining the bodies, looking for clues. Ji Zhongming, serious. He solemnly said, "I can guarantee that the princess is unaware of this matter. The princess once issued the highest decree. It's an honor to meet you." Fearless clearly doesn't want to waste time with them. "Let's get straight to the point. I just want to ask you, does any of this have to do with Guan Xiaming?" Just as his words fell, dozens of figures swiftly flew over. The Shadow Pavilion's master, Ji Zhongming, appeared with a grave expression. He spoke, "I didn't expect you to notice us so quickly. I am the Shadow Pavilion's master." Wu Wei suddenly stood up, drawing in a breath like a sharp blade. The rope shattered into pieces. Then he shouted angrily towards the dense forest, "Stop hiding. Get out here now." Wu Wei heard this and frowned, letting out a cold snort. "You must be from the Batian Palace." At this moment, he suddenly fixed his sharp gaze on the dense forest behind him. He sensed a presence approaching, hidden within. Coldly he said, "I'll ask you one more time. Who sent you?" The man gritted his teeth. His tone still hard. "Cut the crap. Kill if you must." As soon as the words left his mouth, with a loud bang, fearless and without hesitation, he kicked him several paces away, then leaned down to grab another person's head, and coldly said, "Speak. Who are you people?" One of them, eyes filled with resolve, shouted angrily, "Give up. We're not going to tell you. It's impossible." The team members were seriously injured, collapsing to the ground. They kept screaming in agony. He stepped forward fearlessly, with a murderous look on his face. The captain was shocked. His expression was one of horror. He let out a startled cry. This kind of power is probably on par with the elders. How can a junior be so strong at such a young age? No one has collected the bodies. Do you want me to continue watching this helplessly? After he finished speaking, he suddenly swung the rope in his hand like a snake emerging from its den. Apart from the captain of the shadow squad who barely dodged, the others didn't have time to react before being struck away. We need to preserve the evidence. Please cooperate with our work. Wu Weivin grabbed the rope at his feet. He said coldly, "Cooperate with your work. The disciples of the Nangong family have been hung here for 7 days and nights. Protect the scene before the master arrives." At this moment, Wu Wei is solemnly arranging Steward Gao's remains. The members of the Shadow Pavilion step forward. Chen Sheng speaks, "Are you from the Nangong family?" Before the truth is uncovered, a group of men in black was watching his every move closely. They were a team sent by the Shadow Pavilion to protect the crime scene. The captain, seeing the reckless behavior of destroying clues, suddenly leaped down from the treetops. "Stop him." His face was grim. He silently vowed in his heart he would definitely find out who was behind this. He would repay this 1,000-fold. But at that moment, not far away in the dense forest, it emitted a violent explosion. Soon after, the Fearless reigned in his emotions and laid the bodies back on the ground. With each one he placed down, his mood grew heavier by a bit. Tears uncontrollably streamed down his face. "You damn bastards! Bastards! Bastards!" The bastard only heard a loud bang. The raging stillness suddenly spread. Such an act that enrages both gods and men. Unleashes a fearless killing intent. He collapsed to his knees with a thud, his face full of hatred. Seeing the butler's worried and resentful expression made him unable to suppress his rage any longer. The corpses of the Data disciples were hung on the gate, and he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. "You damn bastards!" The Nangong family had suffered a brutal massacre. One by one, the brutally slaughtered bodies were hung high on the gate. "We will meet again soon." She is the descendant of the ghost archer. But when Wu Wei arrived at the main gate of the Nangong family headquarters, the scene before him filled him with boundless rage. Murderous intent surged. Wu Wei gradually walked away, yet a sense of vigilance rose in her heart. What exactly does this crazy woman want? Watching Wu Wei's departing figure, Ma Yongxi smirked. Without fear, Ma Yongxi angrily put down his bow and arrow. He shouted, "I'll say it again. I have no interest in what you call yourself." With that, he turned and walked towards his horse. Ma Yongxi shouted from behind, "You must remember my name. Do you have a death wish?" Unexpectedly, Ma Yongxi walked towards him with a smile on his face. He showed no signs of fear whatsoever. "Let me formally introduce myself again. I am the leader of the Blood Palace organization." Wu Wei sensed the cold glint behind him. He instantly raised his hand and caught the blood sword. "You crazy woman! What the hell are you doing?" Then, full of rage, he placed the sword on his bowstring, curled her lips into a sly smile. She then raised her hand, drew a blood-red sword from her waist and stared at him. Whoosh! The blood sword shot out like lightning, heading straight for Wu Wei. Shouted loudly, "It's none of your business. I don't have time to mess around with you here. Go do whatever you need to do." Yamba continued walking forward on his own. Seeing this, Ma Yongxi, with a playful smile, continued, "If it's not urgent, shall we discuss how to deal with someone being overly persistent? No need for a long face. Girls nowadays are so proactive." Then quickly took a few steps back. "I have things to do." I'm leaving now, but unexpectedly, Ma Yongxi eagerly blocked his way. "Where are you going? What are you doing?" Then, leaned forward slightly. Ma Yongxi looked puzzled. He fell into deep thought. The name sounded familiar. It seemed like he had heard it somewhere. However, Wu Yi had no intention of continuing to get entangled with him. "We are just passing acquaintances," he shouted. "I've already told you my name. How can you be so rude?" Wu Wei was instantly filled with dark thoughts. He privately scoffed. Who would reveal their name to an unknown opponent for no reason? He reluctantly revealed his name. "What's your name?" Faced with the sudden self-introduction, Wu Wei was momentarily taken aback. Then, rather dismissively, he said, "Nice to meet you." Seeing this, Ma Yongxi was furious. He scolded them, saying, "I sent you out to hunt, not to embarrass yourselves." Then he turned to look at Fearless. With great interest he said, "It seems you're an expert with a bow. My name is Ma Yongxi." The woman was elegantly dressed. She was stunningly beautiful. Her charming face wore a smile, quite a sight. He walked up to the hunter. He picked up the sword and examined it. A wave of confusion arose in his heart. "This is a blood-red sword." At that moment, a woman appeared behind him. She chuckled and said, "Your skills aren't too shabby." It shot out quickly. The fierce cold light struck toward Tai Dan like lightning. Wu Wei noticed this, and quickly swung the iron bow at his waist. At a crucial moment, he broke that arrow in two. Wu Wei sighed helplessly, and said to Tiedan, "Enough. Just let it out." But at that moment, a sharp sword suddenly whizzed by from the side. He cursed angrily, shouting the furious name. Seeing this, the other man quickly drew his bow, aiming to rescue his companion. But being too close, he couldn't get a clear aim. Without fear, I crossed my arms. With a helpless tone I said, "You should watch your back." As soon as I finished speaking, I saw Iron Egg the eagle charging straight toward the hunter. A fierce Mount Changbai shadowless claw kick flew straight toward Qin. At this moment, the fearless one shouted at them, "Stop! What are you going to do with my pet?" The two of them were taken aback. Then they disdainfully said, "This is a gift from nature. What evidence do you have to prove it's your pet?" The hunter, seeing this, is even more shocked. Strange things happen every day. This year, especially so. This bird can do the split. Upon seeing this, the Iron Egg let out a cry. The male eagle spread its wings. "Spread your legs." A big split passes through the middle. The two hunters were instantly stunned. What breed of falcon is this? It even has a big whip leg. One of them was skeptical. Cursing, he shot two arrows in quick succession again. In the next second, the arrow shot towards him like lightning. It was a highly skilled hunting walk. Facing the sudden arrow attack from the hunter, he countered with a powerful leg whip, knocking the charging swordsman away. Such an absurd move. He looked up and shouted at the Iron Egg in the sky, "Your big brother is starving. Go catch me some rabbits." Hearing this, Iron Egg let out a cry and was about to fly away. Little did he know, a sharp arrow on the ground was aiming at him. After freshening up and relaxing, he felt a gnawing hunger. In order to reach the Nangong family quickly, he hadn't eaten for days. Thinking of this, there must be some forces behind the scenes stirring things up at Beishan Palace. He had to find out the truth quickly, to uncover the mastermind. After a long journey, he came to a riverside. Chen Tai Hang's face darkened. If that's truly the case, then things might get a bit troublesome. On the other side, Wu Wei, having left the Huangfu family, sped toward the Nangong family. He sensed that the whole matter was far from simple. How could this be? Meeting the elder, some of the nuns hurriedly explained. saying that the Wu family and the Nongong family are relatives. Now he's helping the Nongong family revive. After hearing this, has also appeared in the Nongong family. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Taihang's expression changed dramatically, no longer calm. You're talking about the descendant of the former number one in Wuling. Wasn't that person missing for 50 years? Why are they appearing in the Central Plains? This is the intelligence sent by the leader. The other subordinates are not aware of it. Additionally, the descendant of the ghost archer. What's the current situation in the Central Plains? Upon hearing this, the subordinate bowed his head respectfully and replied, Elder Xian. Elder Dao Wang Fei Shiji of Baishin Palace has appeared at the Nongong family. Chen Taihang, upon hearing this, they will certainly not disappoint the princess. The scene shifts. A mysterious man is fishing by a secluded pond. This man is none other than Chen Taihang, the elder of the Tiangshu Alliance, a superpower that coveted the Central Plains centuries ago. With a wicked grin on his face, he turned to his subordinate and asked, Speak. If it's a member of the Tian Palace, disregarding orders to act against the Pang faction, I think they have no reason to exist in this market. The Lord has given the order. Immediately bows and respectfully congratulates. As for the prince's subordinates, he suppressed his anger. After a moment of thought, he instructed the leader of the Shadow Pavilion, You must immediately go to the Nongong family to find out the truth. If there really is a third-party force, we must find their base. Recalling the incident of the 12 southern divisions being wiped out last time, I am sure there is definitely a third-party force behind this. The goal is to provoke a war between the Wulin Alliance and the Baishin Palace. Upon hearing this, Wan Xianming's expression changed. I promise to ensure the safety of the Nongong family, but unexpectedly, this happened at this moment. At this time, the strategist seemed to think of something. He hurriedly said, Princess, please do not be angry. This matter may not have been caused by our people. Forcing back his anger, he said to the Shadow Pavilion Master, I'll give you 3 days to find out who's behind the attack on the Nongong family and bring him before me. Otherwise, you can come to see me after shaving your own head. Swordsman Dong Bangcheng saw his raging fury and quickly stepped forward to calm him. You should calm down. It's not his fault either. Wan Xiaoming gritted his teeth. I even issued the highest level decree because of it. Now you tell me, the Nongong family was wiped out overnight. Not even the identity of the murderer has been found. How are you fit to be the leader of the Shadow Pavilion? That group is extremely mysterious. I haven't been able to investigate further. Wan Xianming's eyes suddenly turned cold. A strong killing intent surged forth. I clearly ordered all forces to stay away from the Nongong family. Wan Xiaoming heard this. He felt a surge of anger. He asked what was going on. Who did this? I'm very sorry, Your Highness. Just then, the Shadow Pavilion's master suddenly burst in, panic-stricken. Princess, it's bad. The Nongong family headquarters was attacked 2 days ago. Total annihilation. And he took a light sip of tea. Ever since the battle more than 50 years ago, there's been occasional friction between the two sides, but it was always minor skirmishes. So why are they acting so aggressively this time? As if he could see through all illusions. Although the Wulin Alliance's strength no longer poses a threat to us, the 6 great families have aligned their views with them. This is the only choice for the Central Plains martial world to rival us. Wan Xianming's gaze was sharp. In the back-and-forth exchange, the battle grew more intense. At the same time, at the headquarters of Tian Palace, Guan Xiaoming held a meeting with the elders on the current situation. Military strategist Yuan Hua's eyes were sharp. It caused a great stir in the martial world. The fated battle between the Martial Alliance and the Palace of Overlord is about to begin. The 6 great families, in order to weaken the power of the Palace of Overlord, gathered their forces at the northwest branch of the Martial Alliance. Meanwhile, a faction under the Palace of Overlord known as the Longquan sect launched the first attack on the Martial Alliance's branch. He left the Huangfu family, and just after he and the first elder left, the remaining 5 major families each selected 50 elite members. Together, they went to offer help to the Nangong family. The Nangong family was annihilated in 1 generation. As for Wu Wei returning Fengwun, it is obviously to sever ties with the Beishan Palace. The first elder of Yuanwei was informed and agreed to meet. The General Assembly outside the court will convey it to you. The next day, Wu Wei declined the idea of traveling with others. Wu Wei had once made an agreement with Guan Xiaoming. If the Nangong family remains safe and sound, the sword would be returned. But now the Nangong family has been quietly destroyed, and the culprit of this matter has fallen on the Beishan Palace. This sword has no meaning for me anymore. Please return it to the Biatian Palace. Upon hearing this, the great elder slightly changed his expression. It is already clear in my heart. If the truth is revealed, I'm afraid no one can withstand his wrath. Immediately after, Wu Wei handed over the Wind Soul. Seeing this, the great elder inquired in confusion, why? An intense killing intent burst forth like stone shards. The chilling words made everyone shudder. I will repay this blood debt 1,000-fold. Such overwhelming killing intent. Even the great elder's eyes grew sharp. Please go to Beishan Palace. See if Officer Ming is aware of all this. I have a responsibility to return and handle the bodies of my family members. Additionally, I will find out how they died. Lian Ba's eyes turned crimson. Everyone, don't jump to conclusions. If this truly was the doing of Batian Palace, then Batian Palace will be held accountable for everything. At this moment, Wu Wei spoke up and stopped the great elder. Let me go back instead. I don't want to see a friend's family fall apart. That's why I'm willing to help you. Elder Yamba turned away with a gloomy face and walked toward the door. I will return to the Nangong family headquarters now, before I understand the truth. But I do not wish for you to act here. The great elder slowly regained his composure. I feel a bit guilty. I'm sorry. I may have been inconsiderate. Your great-grandfather, Nangong Cheng, is one of my few friends. The anger faded a little. Nangong Yin rubbed his eyes. He bowed with tears in his eyes. He continued, regardless of the reason, the Nangong family has fallen victim, and shouted, Great Elder, stop right now. The Nangong family's headquarters is being insulted. The great elder heard this. The movement paused, his body radiating killing intent. Aren't you all going to fight me? Come at me together. Seeing this situation, Nangong Yingru suddenly stood up. I will never forget that look in his eyes. Huangfu Zhang was shocked. He quickly transmitted a message to the family heads. Everyone, do not act rashly. A legendary figure like him wouldn't act without reason. But the Grand Elder was already filled with rage. Fei Shiji was once the Supreme Blade King of the Elder Council of the Overlord Palace. At this moment, Huang Yu seemed to recall something. He shouted, That's right, he is the Blade King. Although his appearance has changed a lot, his tone was cold. He said, My name is Fei Shiji. Upon hearing this, everyone was immediately startled and stood up in shock. Their expressions were horrified. The Tang family head struggled desperately against that astonishing aura. He shouted angrily, "Who are you? With your strength, there's no need to hide." The great elder's gaze was sharp, causing Gu Gumming's heart to tremble. It turned out to be the realm of using qi as a sword. Who on earth is he? Huang Yu is also unpredictable. He said, "I'm sure I've seen him somewhere." His violent internal energy surged around like a tide. "Although I have never fought your great-grandfather Tang Tianhao, he is indeed a respected master. However, I didn't expect his descendant to be so foolish." A terrifying momentum surged forward. Regardless of whether he is related to the Biatian Palace, how can we, the 5 great families, allow him to humiliate us like this? Hearing this, the Grand Elder curled his lips into a cold smile. Suddenly, a murderous aura erupted from him. "Everyone, please calm down. Although he has ties to the Biatian Palace, he is now the Grand Elder of the Nonggong family." The head of the Tang family pointed at the Grand Elder with a face full of rage, and shouted. The other family heads also wore grim expressions, and chimed in. "That's right, Todo's matter can't be easily dismissed." Seeing the rising tension between the two sides, he quickly intervened. Upon seeing this, Huang Fuzhang's expression immediately changed drastically. "If there is a connection, I'm afraid I can't let you leave here today. Could it be that you have some connection with Biatian Palace?" The Grand Elder, upon hearing this, remained calm and composed. He spoke slowly, emphasizing each word. "What if I do?" I almost fainted. Seeing this, the head of the Feng family quickly stepped forward to support me. "Senior, are you going to confront the 5 major families? You are defending the Biatian Palace like this, just by emitting his aura." He made the head of the Tang family tremble in spirit, unable to move, under the terrifying gaze. The body is unsteady. Who on earth is this old man? At this moment, the elder's cold voice echoed once more. "Considering Elder Tang's dignity, this is your only chance to survive. This elder is actually the Blade King renowned in the Dominance Palace back in the day. Considering you are a member of the Tang family, I can spare your life." A fierce killing intent suddenly surged, causing the Tang family head's heart to tremble. He couldn't move an inch under the terrifying aura. "As a senior elder of the Nonggong family, yet you are defending the Biatian Palace. Shouldn't you explain yourself?" Hearing this, the elder's eyes shot out killing intent like a bolt from the blue. "Could you repeat what you just said?" Seeing this, the Tang family head was also relentless. The momentum surged. "Isn't that so?" The great elder, upon hearing this, suddenly grinned, but his face quickly darkened. The atmosphere suddenly changed. "We have reached the brink of eruption." The head of the Tang family was furious. He shouted arrogantly, "Are you trying to destroy the Beggars sect? Although I respect you as an elder, this is not a place for you to act recklessly." He said to Huang Yu lightly, "Let me see the secret letter from the Beggar clan. If it contains false information, I believe the Beggar clan will have to use blood to quell my anger." Upon hearing this, Huang Yu's expression suddenly grew serious. Half a month's journey from the Huangfu family. But what happened last night? Intelligence came in this morning. This is clearly something that was arranged in advance. Thinking of this, the Grand Elder's expression became extremely serious. He was constantly pondering the doubts within this. Regarding the news from the Beggars sect, the Nonggong family is at least. He wouldn't do something like this. Wu Weiwen's tone suddenly became more serious. But the fact is the Nonggong family was attacked. isn't it, if he doesn't give me an explanation about this matter? I don't mind having a match with him. I know this has always been a source of confusion for me." The elder's tone softened slightly. He continued, "That guy knows better than anyone about your relationship with the Nangong family. Unless he's gone mad. I don't think so. But given the current situation..." Dad hadn't finished speaking. The elder's roar interrupted him. "Have you forgotten who you met before coming here?" And instead looked at Wu Wei, asking, "Boy, do you also think all of this was done by Beishan Gong?" With a fearless expression, he looked serious. Gritting his teeth, he said softly. He shouted angrily, "You're from the Nangong family. Why are you defending Beishan Gong? If Batian Gong is so upright, why would he do something like this?" The great elder ignored the words. "I thought to myself, this is bad." Huang Yu quietly asked Wu Guming beside him. "That person looks somewhat familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere." At that moment, the head of the Tang family spoke up. "No one can speak ill of Batian Gong. Batian Gong is towering and majestic. I would never engage in such petty theft." Seeing the imposing presence of the elder, my heart trembled. The main door suddenly slammed open with a loud bang. Everyone's heart jolted. They all looked toward the door. In came the grand elder, filled with anger, filled with indignation. The head of the Tang family roared in anger, shouting loudly, "Demons are demons." Batian Palace has always been despicable and shameless. But as soon as the words were spoken, perhaps none of this would have happened. With fearless, piercing eyes, he comforted, saying, "You don't need to blame yourself. It's clear that all of this was premeditated by them." The other family heads were also furious. She stumbled, almost fainted. As the head of the family, he is now deeply filled with guilt. If he hadn't supported attending the gathering of the 5 great families, he had no doubt about the authenticity of the beggar gang's intelligence. Huang Yu's expression was grim. His tone was chilling. He didn't expect that the actions of the overlord would be so swifted. Nangong Yingru heard such terrible news. "Speak for yourself and take a look. This is the news sent by the elder of the beggar gang." Wu Wei looked at the confidential letter. He trembled with anger, gritting his teeth. At this moment, Wu Wei hurried over and pushed open the door. Anxiously, he asked Grandpa Huang, "Is this news reliable?" Huang Yu handed over the confidential letter. "Did Grandpa Guo die too?" Huang Yu looked at the secret letter in his hand. He gritted his teeth and said, "Although it's hard to accept, the fact is what it is. The entire Blue Palace clan headquarters was wiped out last night. Not a single person left behind survived." Upon hearing the bad news about the Nangong family, Nangong Yingru's face changed dramatically. Everyone was killed. "I'll let him stay here for now." The next morning, Wu Wei, the emperor, and Zhang Yu of Mount Gong were chatting over tea. At that moment, Coyote burst through the door in a panic, shouted, "Something's wrong." Wu Wei saw this. No more words. He turned and walked toward the door. "I've said everything I needed to say. Before you decide whether to accept him or not, give up a happy life he has now. To help you, the only blood relative. Isn't that enough?" Nangong Yingru, upon hearing this, lowered her head and fell silent. "I'll never forgive her." Wu Weiwen's expression turned serious. He calmly said, "I can't judge what happened between you and your mother, but Huang Fubo came to help you at such a difficult time for the Nangong family. This means he has to abandon a place he has lived in for 20 years. I longed for his return every moment. But up until now, he still hasn't come back. Not even to look at me once." A woman like her who abandoned her husband and child. And he is still your biological brother. Nangong Yinru, upon hearing this, immediately flew into a rage, shouting, "I don't have a brother like him." Ever since that woman left, she then walked over, wanting to comfort him. Even if you want to deny it again, you cannot escape the fact that he is of the Nangong bloodline. Isn't that right? Under his careful care, she gave birth to Huang Fubo. This is also why Huang Fubo grew up in the Huang family. One night, Nangong Ying felt heavy-hearted as she drank alone outside. She didn't want to see him caught in difficulties because of Huang Fuguo. However, unexpectedly, she was already pregnant at the time. During this period, she met her true love, Huang Bogi. Huang Fugui did not mind that she was pregnant. It was to maintain the close ties between the Nangong family and the Huangfu family. But the relationship between her mother and father was not harmonious. When Namgung Yuan Ryu was 5 years old, her mother could no longer endure the unhappy marriage and returned to the Hangbo family to help the Nangong family. But upon seeing this, Nangong Yinru immediately darkened her expression. "Our Nangong family does not welcome you." It turns out that Nangong Yinru's father and mother had a family alliance. Just then, a young man suddenly came to visit outside. The visitor was Huang Fubo, the brother of Nangong Yingru, who had never met her before. To be precise, it should be Nangong Bo. The purpose of his journey is to trace his ancestry. On that night, none of the hundreds of disciples left behind by the Nangong family escaped unscathed. Even the brand new residence was reduced to ashes by a great fire. Meanwhile, far away at the Huangfu family, the fearless individuals were unaware of this. Nangong Yingru gathered everyone for a family meeting. They discussed how to respond to the situation of Bashian Palace attacking the Central Plains. Then the assassin grabbed his throat. He pressed him hard against the ground. "You can blame it on being from the Nangong family." With that, he exerted force in his hand and broke Butler Guo's neck. Upon hearing this, Butler Bo angrily shouted, "You'll die a horrible death. Our master won't let you go. He won't spare you." No sooner had he finished speaking. "Why are you doing this?" The assassin's gaze was cold, and his tone was chilling. He said, "We're just following orders. The objective is to erase the Nangong family from this world, and extremely vicious. They killed everyone in sight. The Nangong disciples left behind stood no chance against such a powerful enemy." Housekeeper Bo wore an expression of hatred. He sternly questioned, "Who are you people?" The declining Nangong family, which resembled a ruin, finally regained its vitality. But just as Wu Wei led all his elite forces to attend the gathering of the 5 great families, the Nangong family's headquarters faced a catastrophic disaster. A group of mysterious men in black broke into the Nangong residence under the cover of night. They were cold-blooded and ruthless, collaborating with the Martial Spirit Alliance to resist the Heavenly Palace is still possible. However, Wu Wei and Yinru both wore worried expressions. The power of the Nangong family is not as strong as that of the other families. Whether this war is good or bad remains uncertain. After more than 50 years, our 6 great families should stand united. We must resist external enemies. The other family heads listened attentively. They all expressed their agreement. Although the 6 great families have left the Martial Spirit Alliance, it shouldn't be like this. The sudden news left everyone with serious expressions. They began discussing how to deal with the situation ahead. Bogaming's expression was grave. He slowly spoke, saying that the current Martial Spirit Alliance is already in disarray. The first to be hit will be the head of the Juge family. We must return immediately. But Wu Wei, seeing the situation, felt a tinge of doubt in his heart. But Tiangong was cursing Guan Xiaming. He then quickly stepped forward and handed the scroll to Huang Yu. Huang Fu Zhang, seeing this, cried out in shock, "This is the decree from Bashingong to the dark forces." The disciples of the Juge family hurriedly said to the family head, based on Bashingong's attack route, and immediately sensed something major was happening. "Take your time. No need to rush, Elder. The Martial Alliance has sent word that Bachian Palace is assembling forces and moving towards the Central Plains." Breathless and unable to speak, after a long time, he couldn't say a word. At that moment, another disciple from the beggar clan rushed in anxiously. "Elder, it's bad." Huang Yu saw this. A disciple of the Juge family suddenly appeared, looking anxious, rushing through the door. The head of the Juge family saw this and quickly inquired what had happened, but the disciple's face turned pale. Everyone opened up to conversation. The atmosphere gradually warmed up. Peng Wu and Nangong Yinru also exchanged apologies at the table. The grievances between the two families were resolved through conversation. But just as everyone was enjoying the discussion, explaining that they had important matters to attend to, they asked the gentleman for forgiveness. As a token of apology, the young man willingly self-punishes with 3 cups. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone lamented that the rise of the Nangong family was unstoppable. In the evening, the Wangfu family warmly hosted the heads of various families at a banquet. Huang Yu and Guo Guming kept teasing that Wei had been in the Central Plains for 3 years. Yet he hadn't taken the time to visit them old men. The elders waved their hands repeatedly. "Let's end this here." Yan Ba didn't say another word. He walked straight off the stage, leaving Peng Wu behind, staring at his back in confusion. Wu Wei's overwhelming strength was met with roaring applause. Peng Wu was slightly stunned by his words, his voice trembling slightly. "All right." Wu Wei saw the other side had backed down. He cupped his fists and bowed, thanking him for the understanding. He felt that he had just been inches away from death. Wu Wei pointed helplessly at the iron bow. He said to Peng Wu, "Master Peng, my bow is broken. I was thinking I'd find another chance to ask for your guidance next time." Peng Wu, however, was frozen on the spot. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He was still shaken, breathing heavily. He couldn't speak for a long time. Their hearts were gripped with fear, waiting for the dust to settle. There's no point in standing there with a broken iron rod, looking utterly speechless. Oh dear, I was too forceful. I broke the string. It suddenly exploded in the center. Peng Wu's figure was instantly engulfed by the shockwave. A thunderous explosion echoed throughout the courtyard. The elders, seeing this, all looked horrified. "You brat! Stop right now!" Guo Guming shouted in terror. Fearless, he ignored it and suddenly let go of the bowstring. A raging force surged like a tempest, directly toward Peng Wu. With a deafening bang, "Oh, it's Grandpa Guo. Sorry I couldn't visit you right away. But this battle concerns the honor of the Nangong family. I have my own way to handle it." With that, a confident, sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "If your only goal is to save the Nangong family's lives, I believe we've already done enough." Wu Wei, upon hearing this, looked towards the spectator seats and transmitted his voice once more. Bo Guming's solemn voice slowly echoes in her ears. "You brat! Have you fully considered the consequences of doing this? If this continues, you will only deepen the hatred between the Peng family and the Nangong family. Her gaze is sharp. An invisible sword is aimed at the mist. This contest ends here, just as her fearless expression turns cold, and she is about to release the bowstring. That all this resistance was ultimately futile. Under the terrifying aura, he was utterly powerless to resist. The aura was like a demon descending, intimidating. The entire competition arena will be destroyed. But I estimate that no one here can stop him from continuing. At this moment, Peng Wu stood at the center of the storm, holding his sword in front of him. He exhausted all his internal strength in an attempt to resist this overwhelming force. But soon he realized. Wu Gumming's expression changed dramatically. He shouted loudly, "We have to find a way to stop him. Otherwise, the head of the Peng family is doomed to die." Huang Fu Wangwin's expression was full of worry. "I'm afraid if this strike goes through, such terrifying momentum they had only ever seen in Wu Di in his youth. And now Wu Weijin is just in his early 20s. It actually reaches this level. Thinking of this, the immense inner power condensed into an invisible lightning sword on the bow. An unstoppable aura spread out like a tidal wave in all directions. The terrifying pressure caused everyone present to tremble in their hearts. Even top experts like Wang Fuzhang and Guo Guming were visibly shocked by this scene. Fearless unleashes the full might of his sword-forging technique. Just the aura he emits renders the Peng family head unable to move. Fearless draws the bow, like a full moon confronting the sky. Seeing Fearless momentum is several times stronger than before. Peng's eyes show determination. Fearless draws the bow, a full moon aimed at the sky. A surge of immense power suddenly erupted in the field. His expression is serious. Humbly he says, "Senior, you are mistaken." After saying this, his breath surged. He draws the bowstring again, but I think it's time for this competition to end, leaving him defenseless, struggling to cope. He can be seen panting heavily. He said to Wu Wei, "Your swordsmanship is the most remarkable martial art I've ever seen." Fearless bows his head. Huang Yu was also full of joy. He kept muttering as expected, "Truly invincible. That guy always manages to surprise people." At this moment, Peng Wu is in a dire situation under the relentless attack. The angle of the invisible sword is cunning. He muttered, transforming Qi into a sword and using Qi to shoot arrows. Could he be a descendant of the Wu family? Guo Guming, standing nearby, laughed out loud and said, "Who else but a descendant of that guy? Who else could it be? Which family in the world can master such archery techniques?" Quickly swung his sword to deflect it, but the invisible sword was like a sticky plaster. Every time it was deflected, they will return to the market again. Wang Fuzhang looked shocked, but it was knocked down by anger. As expected, the invisible sword suddenly turned in the air. It executed a wave-like movement. Seeing this, Peng Wu, now he appears before him with a vaporized sword. He cannot believe it. Is this boy related to that man? In his thoughts, Peng Wu Fei dodges the formless sword that comes at him fearlessly. Guo Guming, who is watching, looks shocked and says, "It's not just a simple formless sword. Could this be the technique his father spoke of when he was young? The story about that man? Ghost Archer, the #1 person in the world. Any title is one he admires." Fearlessly, he released the bowstring. A powerful gust shot out instantly. It was so fast that Peng Wu almost couldn't dodge in time. As he tilted his head to avoid the attack, his expression suddenly changed. He quickly raised his arrow and aimed to resist. The internal energies of both sides collided instantly. The arena was filled with explosive sounds like a storm. Moments later, he let out a low growl. "Take this," a thunderous bang. Feeling the terrifying aura of fearlessness, he gritted his teeth in shock. The opponent simply pulled an unseen bowstring. Such power emanated from it. Then came a furious shout. There was a loud humming sound. An overwhelming force surged toward Peng Wu like a raging storm. Peng Wu's face changed drastically. His heart trembled. He was nearly blown away. A fierce energy surged outward. "Begin," Wu Wei said, his face serious. He drew an empty bow like a full moon. "That's exactly what I was thinking. Watch out, senior." Peng Wu saw this and said no more. The weapon in his hand suddenly tightened. A low hum sounded. "It doesn't matter. The outcome is the same anyway." His aura suddenly exploded. He said in a low voice, "What are you doing?" Hearing this, Wu Wei let out a faint sound. Compared to a sword, I'm still more used to using this. With a loud eagle cry, it soared away. Fearless, he stood with wing, calm breath, relaxed expression. Peng Wu saw that he was here only for duty, not diplomacy. Wu Wei suddenly let out a loud whistle. He saw a hovering iron egg release its grip. The iron public, passed down through the Wu family for generations, rapidly fell below. Wu Wei raised his hand to catch the iron public. The iron egg grasped the long sword. I calmly redirected my inner strength, rocking the aura he sent towards me, to become the head of the Peng family. His strength is truly formidable. After the thoughts, and humbly replied, "You're too kind, senior. I still have a long way to go. I hope the senior will guide me more." Hongwu smiled broadly. His aura suddenly burst out. He was already in front of Wu Wei. So young, and already at such a high level. Truly a remarkable youth. Upon hearing this, Wu Wei lowered his head slightly. Before the elders could regain their composure to speak, Peng Wu, with a dark expression, slammed the table and stood up. "You've got quite the nerve, kid. Very well, I accept your challenge." Immediately, with a swift movement, with a sharp gaze, he suddenly shouted, "I want to challenge the head of the Peng family." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was left dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with shock. Wu Wei, with a bewildered expression, slowly sheathed his sword. He muttered, "What's going on? I haven't even started yet." Then, with a calm expression, he looked toward the spectators' seats, where the family heads were watching. "Boss, what move was that? That's insane." At this moment, a weary voice came from behind. Ying Ru was seen struggling to rise, dragging her exhausted body. "This is the true imperial swordsmanship. What kind of monster is this guy?" Even the elders were dumbfounded by his overwhelming strength. This is invisible force. He's so young, yet has already reached such a level. Zhang Yu and the others felt nothing but boundless admiration. The next second, he couldn't hold on anymore. He opened his mouth and spat out blood. Then his body went limp. Losing all strength, he fainted. The disciples of the Peng family were drenched in cold sweat. "Are you ready to begin?" But just as the words fell, Peng Han was shaken, trembling all over, and on the verge of collapse, his eyes bloodshot from the overwhelming pressure. The cold aura slashed around him like sharp blades. Such overwhelming force left him unable to breathe. How is this possible? Fearless stood with sword in hand. His aura surged once more. The scene before him left him shaken to the core. He saw an invincible momentum suddenly erupt. Like a raging wave, it burst out in all directions. A terrifying pressure instantly surrounded Peng Han. Immediately, the anger surged. The intensity kept rising. Arrogant guy. Today, "You must pay the price for this." But the next second, "What are you saying?" On the stage, Peng Han was grinding his teeth in rage, his whole body trembling. He, a dignified elder of the Peng family, had been humiliated like this. "If you can take one of my strikes, I'll consider it a loss." As soon as those words were spoken, they immediately sparked the fury of the Peng family's disciples. "You bastard!" With just the aura emanating, he defeated the elder of the Peng family like a dead dog. Just now, with an unyielding expression, he calmly walked onto the stage. In a tone of utter disdain, he said to Peng Han, "So it's you." In a cold voice, he said, "You're Peng Han, right? If you can take one move from me, I'll admit defeat." His strength was overwhelming, unmatched. Our Nangong family is not to be trifled with. The fearless entrance immediately caught the attention of Huang Yu and Tu Lang. "Now there's going to be a good show." Fearless stepped onto the stage and faced Peng Han. He said, "Let me use your sword for a moment." He handed Feng Kun to Sang Yu. Smiling, he said, "The origins of Feng Kun are not suitable to reveal here." He leapt into the air, heading straight for the arena. He just passed out from overexertion. Hearing this, Fearless finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling reassured. Suddenly, his gaze became sharp. He then walked behind Zhang Yu. Exhausted, he fainted. Fearless saw this and quickly asked about Elder Silversoft's condition. The elder's gaze was sharp, and he said not to worry. His eyes were filled with disappointment. He quietly said, "I lost." Peng Hanwen let out a sigh of relief. He solemnly said, "You are amazing." Yin Ru ultimately couldn't hold on any longer. He still stood tall, but Nangong Yingru was exhausted. His expression was somewhat listless. In the next moment, he lost all his strength. He slumped to the ground. A violent shockwave swept through, almost knocking the audience over. As the dust slowly settled on the field, the figures of the two slowly emerged. Although Peng Han looked a bit disheveled, all of his internal energy converges into the sword. With this sword, he gives it his all. This is to preserve the honor of the Nangong family. As this powerful strike descends today, the entire arena shattered like it was struck by lightning. Meanwhile, Yinru's face turns pale. He has clearly reached his limit. He trembles as he grips the sword hilt tightly. He thinks that now he can only muster all his strength for one final strike. Then he leaps into the air, has unexpectedly become evenly matched. The sound of their strength colliding echoes throughout the arena. Peng Han gasps for breath, more and more alarmed with each strike. He never expected that the declining Nangong family would be so tough to handle. His fierce strike collided with the opponents. A thunderous boom echoed. Their moves were incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, they have already exchanged hundreds of blows. The situation, which was originally one-sided, dare not be careless. He raised his sword in front of him, prepared for an all-out battle. Then, with a thud, he suddenly launched forward with force from his feet. This is the secret martial arts of the Nangong family, the Emperor Sword technique. A fierce aura suddenly erupted, rushing straight towards Peng Han. Seeing the opponent exert all their strength, Peng Han's expression became serious. With that thought, he closed his eyes tightly, mobilize all remaining internal energy. With a loud shout, his aura suddenly surged to twice its usual intensity. He was struck by a sword and forced to stagger back. After blocking several successive attacks, Yinru was beginning to feel overwhelmed. At this rate, he would inevitably lose. He hurriedly raised his sword to block the fierce attack. But this time, the opponent's strikes were incredibly fast and at tricky angles. Each strike carried the force of a thunderous blow, making it difficult for him to fend off. Caught off guard. Next, it's time to end this. Master Nangong. Suddenly, there was a whooshing sound. Peng Han's figure appeared behind Yin Ru like a flash of lightning. Yin Ru's heart skipped a beat. He spoke softly to Nangong Ying. "It's a pity. Your techniques seem not yet fully perfected." Immediately, his aura suddenly surged. His gaze was cold. Peng Han's figure stands awkwardly among it. Such a powerful attack only ended up tearing his clothes, leaving scratches all over the body. He looked serious. The boss is indeed the boss. Even the name is so cultured. Meanwhile, the arena is filled with dust and smoke, making it hard to see the reality inside. When the dust settles, as if bathed in the spring breeze, if I were to name it, I think dancing clouds and flowers would be fitting. As soon as these words were spoken, the young men immediately saw stars in their eyes. He slowly spoke, estimating that he hasn't even thought of a name for this move. The movements of this technique were as smooth as flowing clouds, like a dewdrop condensed from the waters of heaven and earth at dawn. And the momentum is like spring, with flowers blooming everywhere. Seeing this, the octopus and others all wore expressions of astonishment. What kind of technique is this? Why has he never used it before? Wu Wei's face was serious. They transformed into streaks of sword energy. They shot towards him rapidly. With such a dense assault, it was already too late for him to dodge. Screams echoed under the rain-like sword energy. He feels a sense of confusion. What on earth is he up to? At that moment, a sharp sword energy surged towards him. It made his eyes widen. Suddenly, the flowers that were flying around him increased their speed dramatically. Flowers bloom in mid-air, like dancing spirits. In the next moment, a silver figure sweeps behind Peng Han. Peng Han turns to look, seeing that nothing has happened. On full alert, with a soft, graceful sound, she lightly touched the ground and leapt into the air. The long sword glimmers. A brilliant sword aura suddenly bursts forth. Her figure floated gracefully, like a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. This was a move of her own creation, still not fully perfected. Peng Han, seeing such a beautiful motion, narrowed his eyes slightly. He raised his sword in front of him. He must use all his strength. It has to be a quick resolution. Suddenly, his whole demeanor changed dramatically. He raised his hand and swung the sword. And indeed, illusions appeared before him. He knows very well that the longer this drags on, the worse it is for him. Understanding this, interests at stake, he pouted his lips, let out a breath. Yin Rong is slightly inferior in both martial arts and combat experience. Winning this match is almost impossible. However, this fight might help him reach a new level. As for Yin Rong, after consecutive battles, his showing signs of fatigue, being evenly matched with the Peng family elder, is simply unbelievable. Wang Fu Wang laughed thunderously, shouting again and again, "The Nangong family is the Nangong family." Well done, but Wu Wei and the Grand Elder are a bit worried at this moment. He never expected the head of the Nangong family to be this powerful. If you don't give it your all, you'll probably end up losing yourself. The elders saw this, and all showed looks of astonishment. His strikes are decisive and swift, directly aiming at Peng Han's vital spots. Peng Han keeps retreating and blocking, clearly testing his opponent's strength. Unexpectedly, Yin Ru's displayed power left him in shock. He's under pressure. Knowing she cannot win, she has no choice but to accept the challenge. The duel began under Nangong Yingru's fierce attack. After 3 years of rigorous training, he is no longer the person he used to be. He is a highly respected elder of the Peng family, yet now he shamelessly steps up to challenge a young woman, just because his son, in a drunken state, insulted the Nangong family with his words, and had his arm cut off by a Nangong disciple. Nangong Yingru, as the head of her family, whatever you want to do, as your father, I will support you unconditionally. And this matter, on the battlefield, Nangong Yingru and Peng Han stand ready to fight. It's a battle concerning the honor of the Nangong family and is about to begin. Huang Fubo waved his hand repeatedly. You don't need to blame yourself like this. You have to remember, no matter what your surname is, you are my child. My heart aches for her. I'm sorry, father. I still want to change back to the Nangong surname, to help my sister revitalize the Nangong family. Seeing his adopted son so serious, when I saw the Nangong family appear, I knew my mission. That girl is my sister. Thinking of leaving her alone to rebuild the fallen family, thinking of everything she has been through, Huang Fugi and his adopted son Huang Fubo were having a secret discussion at the same table. Huang Fugi's expression was calm. He softly asked Huang Fubo, "Have you made up your mind?" "Yes, father. I hope you can support me, although they don't know of my existence." Peng Wuan lowered his head. He broke out in a cold sweat. He said softly that it was the younger generation's lack of consideration. At the same time, in a palace of the Wang Fu family, as the head of the family, he knew he couldn't win, but had no choice but to accept the challenge. Regardless, your Peng family must be held accountable for ignoring and insulting the Nangong family. My brother was just too concerned about his son. At this moment, Guo Guming let out a cold snort. Do you think this is a joke? For the declining Nangong family, this is a humiliation. He glared sharply at Peng Wu. No matter the outcome of this match, your Peng family must take responsibility. Peng Wu's heart trembled slightly. He pleaded, saying, "Senior, please calm your anger. I cannot allow my family to be shamed." With that, he ignored Huang Fu Zhang's attempts to stop him. He walked straight towards the arena. Huang Fu Zhang saw this, and could only give up. "I will surely become the subject of ridicule among the noble families." He bowed to Lord Huang Fu Zhang, and solemnly said, "Senior, I deeply appreciate your care for the Nangong family. I will remember it always." But as the head of the family, with a firm tone, she said that the Nangong family has never feared any challenge. Even if the juniors have no chance of winning, they will still do their best. But Nangong Yingru knew in her heart, if I don't dare to accept this challenge, she would be battling Elder Peng Han. There is no chance of victory at all. Seeing this, Peng Wu was also surprised. He advised the head of the Nangong family not to act impulsively. Nangong Yingru stood up and removed her cloak. But at this moment, Nangong Yingru, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "Everyone need not argue. I accept the challenge." As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately shocked all the heads of the families. With Nangong Yingru's current strength, he stated that this was against the rules. Facing pressure from the powerful families, Peng Wu suddenly stood up. "I apologize, everyone. Let my brother go back now. And now, you're challenging the head of the family. Do you think this duel at the Peng family estate is just a joke?" The reprimand made Peng Wu break into a cold sweat. He dared not argue. Even the head of the Zhuge family looked serious. Huang Fu Zhang sternly rebuked, "Your nephew had his arm cut off by a disciple of the Nangong family. It was his own doing." The younger ones let their emotions get the better of them. Taking turns challenging each other is one thing, but now even the elders are getting involved, shouting angrily at the head of the Peng family. "Peng Wu, what do you mean by this?" Peng Wu immediately broke into a cold sweat. He stammered, "Please calm down, senior. This matter did not benefit me." They immediately aroused the anger of the Nangong family. "What is this bastard trying to do?" The old head of the Huangfu family clenched his teeth tightly, furious with rage. He abruptly stood up. None of the spectators cheered for him, but he didn't mind the situation. Instead, he turned to look at the spectators' seats and shouted loudly, "I want to challenge the head of the Nangong family." As soon as those words were spoken, the gap between him and his opponent was like heaven and earth. He immediately withdrew his sword and clasped his hands in a salute, saying, "Thank you, senior, for showing mercy. I have learned my lesson." Although Peng Han easily won this match, his expression changes drastically. He had poured all his strength into a sword strike, yet it was caught bare-handed by his opponent. He couldn't even move his opponent a fraction of an inch. Zhang Yu let out a helpless sigh. A sense of defeat crept into his heart. Heading straight for Peng Han's palace, a violent wave of sword energy erupted. Dust and smoke enveloped the scene. It makes it difficult to see what is real and what is not, but Zhang Yu in the arena sees the scene before him clearly. He knew well that he was no match for the opponent. He could only give his all to unleash his strongest attack. With a powerful fist, Nangong struck his face. A thunderous boom echoed. Zhang Yu's figure, like lightning, delivered a shocking blow. Zhang Yu sheathed his sharp sword. His expression was very serious. "Please, senior, guide me." Immediately, his aura surged to its peak. It was as if he had pushed the heavenly sword technique to its absolute limit. Unexpectedly, the Peng family shamelessly sent out an elder. "At this point, we can only fight with all our might." Peng Han slowly drew his longsword. In a calm tone he said, "I'll let you make the first move." And his expression suddenly turned serious. He continuously executed the sky sword technique, defeating dozens of opponents in one strike. This had already consumed most of his energy. He thought this would discourage the Peng family's disciples from challenging him. At that moment, Wu Guming laughed loudly, breaking the silence among the crowd. "It's rare for everyone to gather and spar together. Let him share some combat experience with the juniors." Zhang Yu saw Peng Han take the stage. The elder of the Peng family challenged a junior from the Nangong family. "Isn't this bullying the weak?" The elder of the Huangfu family was startled at the sight. He spoke up saying, "Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" The other family heads were similarly unsure how to respond. A middle-aged man from the Peng family stepped onto the stage, causing a commotion. This man is Peng Hai's father, the elder of the Peng family. Peng Han's unethical behavior immediately sparked a lot of discussion among the crowd. Zhang Yu covered his head and let out a sigh. Even though he had profound inner strength, he had fought consecutively for over 10 matches. "My body can't take it anymore." At that moment, but without exception, they were all defeated by Zhang Yu in one move. Zhang Yu was like a demon, ruthlessly grinding the pride and confidence of the Peng family disciples into the ground. This led them to lower their heads one by one. No one dared to challenge him again. The Nangong family probably won't need to send anyone else to the stage. At this moment, Peng Chong, full of reluctance, gritted his teeth and conceded defeat. He knew the gap in strength between himself and the opponent was too great. From then on, Zhang Yu dominated the stage. The Peng family sent another dozen elite disciples to fight. He defeated Peng Chong, one of the Peng family's top 5 fighters. The speed was so shocking that it left the audience stunned. He couldn't even see Zhang Yu's clearly. Seeing Zhang Yu's swordsmanship reach such a level, Wu Wei felt there was no point in continuing. The martial arts tournament of the 5 great clans has been fiercely contested, and it has now turned into a battle of honor between the Nangong clan and the Peng family. As Zhang Yu walked onto the stage with a wicked grin, the situation instantly turned into an overwhelming show of force. With just one strike, Zhang Yu stepped onto the ring. He comforted Tian Yang with a hand on his shoulder, saying he did well. "Leave the rest to me." In the next moment, a devilish smile appeared on his face. "I've waited for this moment for a long time," only to find that guy whispering with Zhang Yu. Tian Yang understood in his heart. He sheathed his longsword. It seems the boss has arranged for Zhang Yu to take the stage. He then clasped his fists and expressed his surrender to Peng Yaocheng. He was thrown out several times. He was panting heavily, already near exhaustion. He was thinking about how to respond next. In his thoughts, he looked in Wu's direction. "What are you shouting about? I've already discussed it with the elder. Zhang Yu, it's your turn in the next match. Give them a severe lesson." At this moment, Tianyang was forced back by the opponent's fierce moves. Clearly, he has reached his limit by this point. Chen Li and Tian Ying are eager to give it a try, but the next second, they start arguing loudly about who disrespects whom. Such noisy behavior provoked an unexpected lesson in discipline. It really seems endless. Without much conversation, the two sides quickly engaged in a fierce battle. But after hundreds of exchanges, Tian Yang's speed began to slow down. He found it somewhat difficult to cope. Just as he was preparing to step down from the ring to rest, another disciple of the Peng family strode onto the stage. This person is Peng Yaocheng, one of the 5 heroes of the Peng family. Tian Yang, strong and robust, let out a helpless sigh. But rather 2 more disciples from the Peng family stepped up to challenge Tian Yang. The competition seemed to evolve into a contest of pride for the Peng family, facing a wheel battle. Even though Tian Yang won 4 consecutive matches, it also took a toll on him. Such a brilliant duel left all the elders in awe. They all congratulated Nangong Yinru, but the grudge match between Tian Yang and the Peng family, it did not end with Peng Chong's failure. He screamed in agony, surrounded by the shadows of swords in an instant. Then my body went limp. I collapsed directly onto the ground. I had no strength left to fight. At this moment, Tian Yang's gaze was cold. The sword moved with his will. He had clearly pushed the boundless sword technique to its limit. Such immense power. Peng Chong was utterly powerless to resist, and Tian Yang's efforts have ultimately lived up to expectations. In just 3 short years, he has reached the level of a martial arts master. Thinking of this, Wu Wei's lips curled into a wicked smile. This is how they crush them in an overwhelming manner. It is almost impossible to detect where the opponent's sword shadow is coming from. Seeing Tian Yang display such strength, I feel bold and comforted. Since the first time I saw Tian Yang, I had high hopes for him. Moreover, Tian Yang's attacks were getting faster. A cold light flashed by, and another fierce attack followed. Under such a dense and rapid assault, he could only dodge awkwardly. With a whoosh, in the next second, his figure instantly appeared before Peng Chong. Caught off guard, he could only hurriedly raise his sword to block. Before he could stabilize his stance, another flash of sword light was already closely following. "Show me your full strength in this battle." A strong sense of pressure made Peng Chong's pupils contract. He saw Tian Yang's sword trembling violently under the surge of internal energy. As Tian Yang lightly waved his sword in front of him, several sword lights materialized in midair. But his mind was filled with devious thoughts. He wanted to use this method to crush the opponent's pride. Then he stood with his sword held horizontally, and his aura suddenly surged. "You can't win against me like this." He might have his own plans for doing this. Peng Chong was furious about this matter. It felt as if he had been greatly insulted. How dare this guy use my sword as a stepping stone? Tian Yang had a serious look on his face. Immediately, the audience erupted in applause. However, Chen Lijian looked extremely dissatisfied. What is this guy up to again? Why isn't he fighting back? Seeing his indignant expression, Zhang Yu laughed and said, "Tianyang hasn't even shown half of his strength." Then, with a powerful push from his toes, his body shot into the air. In a graceful move, he spun about 30,000 times in midair. Ultimately, it landed perfectly and steadily. Such a wonderful performance. The longsword suddenly struck like lightning. A sharp, cold gleam attacked. Tianyang's eyes narrowed. He had been happy too soon. He suddenly leaped up. His toes landed precisely on the edge of Peng Chong's sword. Seeing this, Peng Chong smirked wickedly and coldly said, "Nowhere to run now. For me." Yamba's figure shot up violently. With his sword he continued to slash and strike, relentlessly attacking Tian Yang. Tian Yang, under the pressure of the dense sword shadows, kept retreating step by step. Without realizing it, he was forced to the edge of the stage. He lunged again. With a powerful and forceful strike, he swung his sword down again. Tian Yang reacted quickly, raising his arrow to deflect the attack. But Peng Chong clearly wouldn't give him a moment to breathe. A loud clang echoed. Peng Chong struck first. His force suddenly surged. He actually pushed Tian Yang back several steps. Before Tian Yang could stabilize himself, charging with a powerful sword strike. With a furious shout, he struck down at Tian Yang. "Today, I will make you atone for brother Peng Hui." The two sides met their blows. They collided fiercely. The battle for honor is about to begin. Peng Chong harbors resentment over Tian Yang severing Peng Hui's arm. There's no unnecessary chatter. He instantly launches forward. With all his might, he attacks Tian Yang. Seeing this, Wu Annie curled his lips into a wicked smile. This was only the beginning. Soon, people in the martial world will change their views on the Nangong family. The martial arts family, Tian Yang versus the eldest brother of the Peng family, Peng Chong. The main event is just about to begin. As soon as the words were spoken, a figure could be seen striding quickly toward the ring. It was Peng, the eldest disciple of the Peng family. His face was full of anger. There was dissatisfaction in his tone. What is that guy Tian Yang doing? He could clearly win more beautifully. At this moment, Wu Wei said with a smile, "This is just Tian Yang's warm-up." The Han family's spear technique is indeed well-deserved. Huang Fu saw that the Nangong family had won, so happy like a child. The Nangong family is truly remarkable. Keep it up. And this ends with Chen Lijian. He generously admitted defeat, saying that he had lost. "You are even stronger than I imagined." Tian Yang, upon hearing this, retracted his long sword and lightly laughed, saying, "Thank you for your kindness." Calm and composed. At this moment, his own strength was exhausted. His arms were trembling uncontrollably. Clearly continuing to fight was utterly meaningless. Thinking of this, he stopped his movements. His pupils trembled. His heart was shaken beyond measure. He could be certain that every strike of his spear hit the opponent. But why was Tianyang still unharmed? Felt tears welling up. The martial arts of the Nangong family have been recognized. She felt a bold sense of comfort in her heart. At this moment, Hanbu was out of breath, sweating profusely. Bo Guming also looked overjoyed. Such a remarkable skill should not be lost to time. It's also a loss for the martial world. Seeing the elders talking, Nangong Yingru, dodging and weaving through the barrage of bullets, the faces of the elders from the Huangfu family were filled with excitement. That's the Cloud Moon scroll from the Nangong clan. It's been so many years since I last saw such a brilliant technique. He effortlessly blocked Hanbu's attacks. His spear moved like a swimming dragon, swift as lightning, with continuous thrusts. Tianyang's movements were agile. Even the disciples of the Huangfu family were impressed by Tianyang's techniques. They hadn't expected the Nangong family to have such hidden strength. But Hanbu became increasingly alarmed as the fight continued. At this moment, he was using all his strength. Meanwhile, Tianyang remained composed. Hanbu, who had created an opening, pressed the advantage. Countless spear shadows, like lightning, launched a fierce assault on Tianyang. The disciples of the Nangong family, seeing the evenly matched fight, cheered enthusiastically. His form suddenly changed. Leaping into the air, he executed the Han family's ultimate technique, the Liang spear technique, and fiercely thrust it toward Tianyang. Quick-eyed and quick-handed, he raised his sword and deflected the attack. A deep sense of caution, realizing that the opponent's speed and strength could actually surpass his own. But Tianyang's subsequent offensive grew increasingly swifted. In no time, Hanbu was forced to retreat repeatedly. Hanbu knew that if this continued, he would undoubtedly be defeated. With a loud cry of the crane, in the next second, a powerful strike was aimed directly at the opponent's head. Hanbu reacted quickly, hastily raising his spear to block. At that moment, his eyes sharpened, and he felt, for the sake of the Nangong family. Hanbu, however, remained calm. He raised his spear, chuckling lightly. "Let's begin." With a whoosh, Tianyang's figure instantly vanished from the spot. Hanbu cupped his fists in return. He announced his name. Right after, Tianyang's sword was drawn. His aura surged dramatically. He knew this battle had to be swift. "I definitely won't let you down, sir." The contestants stood facing each other. Both were ready for battle. It was Tianyang from the Nangong family. "Please take care of me." The crowd began to chatter. Elder Huangfu laughed at Nangong Yingru, saying this was the Nangong family's first appearance. "I must admit, I'm quite looking forward to this." Nangong Yingru's eyes were filled with confidence. She humbly said, "Let's wait and see." Tianyang stood up seriously. He patted his chest and guaranteed, "It's a sure thing with me, boss." Then he strode towards the arena with his sword. Seeing the Nangong family take action, they all excitedly raise their arms and cheer. Chen Li and Tianyang are also in awe of this superb marksmanship. At this moment, Wei smirks and says we should show them the strength of the Nangong family. "Tianyang, it's your time to shine." Defeat him at the fastest speed. Had a face that changed from pale to flush. "Thank you, Brother Han. Show some mercy." The Han family's marksmanship is indeed legendary. The disciples of the Han family are thrilled to take the lead. Zhuge Yan stood motionless in place, because the tip of Hanbu's spear was only inches away from his forehead. After a moment, Hanbu slowly withdrew his spear. He chuckled lightly and said, "Brother Zhuge, you have lost." Zhuge Yan, still shaken, following a loud shout, He charged towards Zhu Gian. The spear, with thunderous force, shot towards the opponent like lightning. The head fell down with a thunderous strike. Silence enveloped the arena. Under the opponent's fierce attack, he had no chance to counterattack. Just as he was thinking about how to break this deadlock, Wanbu's movement suddenly changed. His momentum surged. By Han's family's marksmanship, it turns out the spear's offensive isn't just straightforward. It spins at an incredibly fast speed while attacking, greatly increasing the range of the spear's attack. At this moment, Zhu Gian is caught in a dilemma. The corners of his clothing are still being torn apart. The other disciples of the Zhu family see this. Everyone is shocked. Brother Ming has clearly dodged. Why is he still injured? Seeing this, Wu Wei is even more impressed. A sudden counterattack swiftly follows Zhu Gian's movements. Zhu Gian continuously employs his agility. He dodges and weaves through the shadows of the spear. His speed dazzles the onlookers. Yet, even so, he quickly sidesteps to dodge, but is a fraction too late. His chest clothes are instantly torn apart by the spear's aura. Hanbu's movements are smooth. Not giving the opponent a moment to breathe, Hanbu rushed forward. A cold gleam strikes first, followed by the spear, swift as a dragon. An overwhelming sense of pressure surges forward, making Zhu Jian's eyes narrow in alert. A disciple from the Han family stepped onto the stage with a spear, challenging the Han family. Let me see if you truly have the strength to rival the 5 great clans. Since ancient times, longer weapons have always been stronger, and the Han family's spear techniques are among the best in the martial world. It can be said that the Zhu family is now known not only for its wisdom, but also as a family with great martial prowess. The combination of these two is not simply 1-1-1. That's simple. His thoughts were suddenly drawn to a shout from the arena. An analysis was conducted on each type of martial art. Ultimately, with the efforts of the entire clan, a brand new mental technique called the Returning Essence Technique was created. Based on the Returning Essence Technique, the Swift Wind Sword Technique and the Bamboo Joint Sword Technique were developed, but they also excel in the art of Yin-Yang Bagua and the 5 elements formations. It's said that, after the battle with the Beishan Palace 50 years ago, the head of the family at the time, Zhu Ming, realized the flaws in their techniques. So, he gathered all the disciples and collected various martial arts techniques. Humbly, he said, "Thank you for yielding, Brother Huangfu Song." The Nangong family was left speechless by such a skillful technique. Fearless, however, had a serious expression. He calmly said that the rumor about the Zhu family developing a new technique is true. Not only are the Zhu family's disciples exceptionally intelligent. He clenched his teeth tightly. With a look of disbelief, he tried to stand up again, but found himself completely unable to summon any aggression. Winning this battle, Zhu Yan cupped his hands in salute. Huangfu Song hasn't had time to evade. He is struck in the arm by a bloody blade. Immediately, his body goes numb. He loses strength. He suddenly collapsed to the ground. Then his movement technique changed. Dodging the wind of the punches, he suddenly lunges forward. The iron fan in his hand weaves through the air like a swimming dragon, striking out several times. However, the Thunder Fist is known for its speed and dominance. Before he could stabilize his stance, the next strike suddenly appeared before him. Zhu Yan quickly retreated several steps, creating a distance of several yards. In the next moment, he appeared above Zhu Yan. A powerful strike from the Huangfu family's signature Thunder Fist came crashing down. Zhuge Yan's reaction speed was also extremely fast. The figure suddenly swayed to the side, barely avoiding a powerful blow. You need to be careful. Things are about to get serious. Huang Fu Song's eyes suddenly narrowed. Let's see who is stronger and who is weaker. He flashed and disappeared from his spot. Zhuge Yan and Huang Fu Song are facing off, each showing their skills. Huang Fu Song channels power into his fists. He laughs heartily, saying, "I didn't expect you to improve so quickly." Zhuge Yan holds his iron fan. He too is smiling. After a moment, his gaze sharpened, and he solemnly ordered, "Send the command." We need to think this through carefully. Don't let anyone with ulterior motives take advantage. Meanwhile, the martial arts tournament has reached a fever pitch. The elders, upon hearing this, all became serious. This explanation was clearly more convincing than the previous one. Guan Xiaoming fell into deep thought. He poured himself a glass of wine. She slowly spoke, "Fei Xian, the more foolish one is, the more obvious clues they leave behind. I believe a third party is deliberately framing use. Take the opportunity to incite a war between the Overlord's palace and the Martial Alliance. We must take back our honor. The rank is clear." With a calm expression, he asked the woman beside him, "Strategist, what do you think of this?" The strategist Yuanhua's eyes were full of wisdom. "The Phaxian dagger, it's Phaxian, you. It must be the Wulin Alliance's doing." Elder Ghost shouted in anger, his face filled with rage. "Those bastards! However, we found a dagger at the scene. It was engraved with the words, 'Flying, Immortal.'" The elder saw the corpse. Dong Bangcheng heard this. He immediately became furious and slammed the table. "An overwhelming anger filled my heart." The leader of the Shadow Pavilion, Ji Zhongming, had a serious expression. He said, "Early this morning, I dispatched my subordinates to investigate the situation. We discovered that 12 locations were nearly completely burned down along with the bodies." His brow furrowed. "In just one night, 12 locations have been completely looted. What kind of force could be behind this?" The elders were filled with anger. A deafening bell-like sound erupted. The fierce competition of the martial arts tournament began at this moment. At the same time, at the headquarters of the Beixian Gong, Guan Xiaoming looked at the information in his hands. "Competition, second. Everyone, please hold back. Do not hurt your opponent's dignity." As he finished speaking, a powerful punch suddenly surged forward. It struck accurately at the table above the arena. However, Dongshan and the others faced these hostile stares with nothing but disdain. This time in the arena, they will surely teach him a harsh lesson. Huang Fu, the head of the family, stood up with a smile and said, "Friendship first." All of this happened on the first night of the gathering of the 5 great families. A massive conspiracy is gradually revealing its claws in the shadows. The grand tournament of the 5 great families has arrived as scheduled. The Huangfa family's arena is almost completely packed. The disciples of the Peng family glare at the Nangong family with hatred. Each of them is highly skilled in martial arts, striking ruthlessly. In just one night, they wiped out 12 branches of Baxiangong in the south. No one knows where they came from, or what their purpose is. Upon hearing this, Guo Gumming's expression suddenly changed drastically. Are the border forces, at the same time, far away in the southern stronghold of the Baxiangong, a group of mysterious masked men in black suddenly launched a night raid. Is the Dominator Palace about to start a war again? Huang Yu's eyes were hazy with drunkenness. His tone was serious. It wasn't the Dominator Palace, but was related to the forces on the border. he muttered. The current state of the martial world is truly worrying. I have a feeling that a massive conspiracy is brewing. Upon hearing this, Bo Guming paused. His body froze for a moment. He asked seriously, "Have you heard some news?" Huang Yu and Guo Guming are analyzing the current situation of the martial arts world. Guo Guming looks serious. It's safe to say that the Martial Alliance is now living up to its name. It's said that the Guardian of Shaolin was seriously injured by a group of mysterious people. Huang Yu gulped down several swigs of strong liquor. A bunch of useless fools. Under the cover of night, screams like that of pigs being slaughtered can be heard from the courtyard. The scene shifts. Inside a tavern in the city, they received an unreasonable and severe punishment. "You bunch of bastards can only get me into trouble. What does it matter to cripple a disciple of the Peng family who insulted the Nangong family? You should just cut off his head directly. After all this is done." Zhang Yu led everyone out the door. Only the disciples of the Peng family were left behind, looking at him with resentment. But when they returned to their residence, Peng Hui let out a piercing scream. His right arm flew off. "Today, I will cripple your sword arm. If you dare insult the Nangong family again, I'll take your life." Zhang Yu pointed at Peng Hui and angrily shouted, "He's just using his drunkenness to insult the Nangong family. If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll think we are easy to bully." Tian Yang heard this. A sword light slashed out fiercely. Killing him here would be troublesome. A disciple of the Peng family explained, "This is a misunderstanding. Peng Hu was just talking nonsense after getting drunk." Upon hearing this, long swords flew out in response. In the next moment, Tian Yang's blade was already poised at Peng Hu's throat. Just as he was about to deliver the final blow to Peng Hu, Zhang Yu behind him suddenly called out to stop him. "He is one of the Peng family," took a deep breath, and then shouted angrily. His figure burst forth like a cannonball as he swept past. The disciples of the Peng family all suffered injuries to their hands. At that moment, Zhang Yu spoke up to stop them. "You all step back. Leave it to Tianyang to handle." Tianyang looked at the more than 10 people opposite him. With a murderous glare, he looked at Peng Hu. Seeing Tianyang's killing intent, the other Peng family disciples quickly drew their swords. The Nangong family disciples, already full of rage, couldn't tolerate this. Everyone drew their weapons and was about to attack us. Peng Hui let out a scream. A jet of blood gushed out from his chest. The opponent was wounded. Tianyang had no intention of stopping there. He raised his sword in front of him. A flash of killing intent flickered in his eyes. The long sword suddenly surged with power. He deflected his opponent's move. Then his figure flickered. He suddenly darted behind Peng Hui. With a loud thud, his sword strikes at Peng Hui like a flash of lightning. Although Peng Hui raised his sword to block, but he felt somewhat powerless. Tianyang keenly sensed this. Let his internal energy deplete rapidly. Tianyang is filled with killing intent. His internal force surges continuously. "Is this all you can do? Now it's my turn." Tianyang remained in a defensive stance, seemingly unharmed. Peng Hui was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. It was clear he had used the 5 Tigers sword technique. With a powerful swing, a sword came crashing down on him. Immediately after, a loud bang echoed through the field. The crowd looked on intently, but it was hard to make out what was happening. As the dust settled, Tianyang quickly raised his arrow to block the fatal strike. His opponent's attack was as fierce as a tiger pouncing, incredibly powerful. For a moment, the scholar's strikes were overwhelming, Suddenly, Peng Hao's movements shifted. In an instant, he appeared above Tianyang, and he became extremely vigilant. With a furious shout from Peng Hu, the surging internal energy behind him formed the image of a fierce tiger. This was the Peng family's renowned 5-tiger sword technique. The sword light shot toward Tianyang's throat as fast as lightning. Peng Hui never expected that the disciple from the Nangong family would be so difficult to deal with. His aura suddenly surged to its peak. Clearly, he intended to use his strongest strike to end the fight quickly. Seeing this, Tianyang's expression hardened. Facing Tianyang's fierce assault, he had no other choice. He thought that if he defeated Tianyang, he could apologize to them later. The sharp sword strikes from both sides clashed again. Tianyang's powerful blow sent him flying back several meters. It seemed to sober him up a little from his drunkenness. Recalling the words he had just used to insult the Nangong family, his expression changed drastically. "Damn, what have I just done?" He let out a long sigh, feeling helpless. Tianyang gritted his teeth in anger. Killing intent radiated from his whole body. He had clearly begun to use the Nangong family's ultimate technique, the celestial sword art. A chilling aura rushed toward Peng Hu. It made him shiver all over. Peng Hui reacted quickly. He deflected the sword with a twist of his scabbard. His eyes were filled with disdain. Sneering, he said, "Trash is trash, only capable of petty sneak attacks like this." Upon hearing this, Tianyang's fury surged, drawing the sword and charging at me. "Today, I'm going to cut you down." The sharp sword wind was in front of Peng Hui in an instant. Tianyang could no longer tolerate it. In an instant he drew his sword. "You bastard! Today, I will take care of this. You have suffered the greatest humiliation in the history of the Nangong family." A drunken disciple from the Peng family actually insulted the Nangong family publicly, calling them trash, led by a whore. A family, led by a woman, dares to show their face in public. As soon as he said this, the Peng family disciples were all stunned, their jaws dropping. The faces of the Nangong family members gradually darkened. He angrily cursed at the Peng family disciple opposite him. "You bastard! Say that again, if you dare." Peng Hui, a disciple of the Peng family, drunkenly mocked. "Does the Nangong family even know their own strength? What right do you have to attend the 5 great families gathering?" Although they outwardly acknowledged the presence of the Nangong family, their words showed no respect for her as the head of the family. This made Nangong Yingrong furious. Meanwhile, in the disciples' gathering area, Tianyang, full of rage, flipped the table in front of him. "Even if Batian Palace rises again, they won't be a match for us." Everyone listens to these words. They all burst into laughter. Only Nangong Yinru sat there, tense, clenching her fists. Zhuge clan's leader, Zhuge Yin, looks solemn. His eyes are full of wisdom. Now that Shaolin and Huashan are no longer involved in the Wulin Alliance's affairs, the control of the Wulin Alliance has fallen into the hands of the Wudang sect. Han clan's leader, Manhwa, speaks arrogantly, "If our 6 families join forces." In the blink of an eye, the day of the family gathering arrived. The 6 family heads sat together. They discussed the matters of the meeting. Tang Wuqing, the head of the Tang family, smiled as he brought up the matter of the Wulin Alliance. Peng, the head of the Peng family, laughed heartily and agreed, saying he hadn't expected the Zhongnan sect to decide to withdraw from the Wulin Alliance. He introduced himself. Huangfu Wang did not speculate about Wu Wai, the true origins. Then he led everyone to the main hall and warmly entertained them. Time passed like a fleeting moment. He seemed lost in memories. So many years have passed. to see the Nangong family again. I feel very gratified. Following that, Wu Wei also stepped forward to pay his respects. You don't have to be this way. Given the relationship between our families, there's no need for such formality. You and the elders of the Nangong family are like brothers through life and death. Huang Fu Wang looked proud and aloof. Then Huang Fu Wangjing bowed deeply. Bowing in apology, please accept my sincere apologies. I have been busy. I was unable to welcome you in time. Nangong Yingru nervously helped the elder up. I sincerely ask for your understanding. Seeing this, Nangong Yinru quickly clasped her fists and bowed, saying, Nangong family head. Nangong Yinru pays her respects to the elder. It's no trouble at all. And didn't know we had arrived yet. At that moment, Huang Fu Wang slowly walked over and apologized sincerely. I apologize for arriving late. I hope you can forgive me. He previously got the news from several disciples of the family. The heads of the other major families were personally greeted by the leader of the Huangfu family. But when it came to the Nangong family, only a steward showed up. He felt this was a sign of disrespect and disregard for the Nangong family. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yuru comforted him, saying maybe they were busy welcoming the other families. He immediately ran out in a hurry, looking anxious. The head of the family had ordered that the Nangong family must be treated with the highest respect. Fearless and the others waited quietly outside the door. Before long, they were warmly invited to rest in the Qianlong pavilion by the butler. However, this treatment still provoked Chen Li's displeasure. Reporting to the steward, the people from the Nangong family are already at the door. The butler, upon hearing this, was so shocked that he jumped up. What? How did they arrive so quickly? Wu Weiwen hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed respectfully. Please take your time. I will definitely visit you then. The scene shifts. The invited 5 major families have arrived one after another. A subordinate from the Huangfu family rushed into the management hall in a panic. Tulong, though reluctant, didn't dare to disobey again. Before leaving, Huang Yu earnestly said to Wu Wei, I'm looking forward to your performance at the gathering. Let's have a good talk then. Grumbling, he said, why are you asking for his name? Am I still going to duel with him? But what awaits him is another round of harsh discipline. You're still far from being able to compare with him. Don't embarrass yourself here. I'm here to take you somewhere. Yanba stared at him fearlessly, examining him closely for a while. Then he burst out laughing and gulped down some strong liquor, thinking how this kid somewhat resembled Wu Di in his younger days. At this moment, Tulang looked displeased. It is our honor to meet a senior. I am the junior, called Wu Wei. Huang Yu listened. His eyes suddenly sharpened. You said your surname is Wu. Young people always have moments of enthusiasm. Huang Yu was pleased to see that Wu Wei was so understanding. He laughed heartily, happy to meet someone from the Nangong family again. Young man, what is your name? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Wu Wei's eyes. Suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. Could he be another sworn brother of Grandpa, Huang Yu? At this moment, Huang Yu said apologetically to Wu Wei, I'm truly sorry. This child means no harm. Wu Wei quickly clasped his fists and responded, it's all right. And now you go around causing trouble all day. The coyote covers his head, constantly begging for mercy. Grandpa Wang, as an elder of the beggar clan, you shouldn't treat a child like this. Hearing this, Wu Wei, he has established a formidable reputation in the martial arts world. Together with his sworn brother Guo Guming, he ranks among the top 10 masters of the martial arts. Now he is fiercely teaching a coyote a lesson with his cane. You little brat, you learned a bit of petty kung fu. in a slightly tipsy state one time. He unexpectedly mastered the advanced version of the dragon's subduing palms, Drunken Dragon's final form. In middle age, he fitted a prosthetic leg and created the awe-inspiring top-tier movement technique, 8 Immortals Sin. After decades of wandering, he fought against the Devil Sect in his youth. Unfortunately, his left leg was poisoned. He resolutely cut off his own leg. It wasn't castration, but rather amputating his leg to save his life. However, losing a leg did not cause him to fade into obscurity. This man is Huang Yu, the elder of the Beggars sect, one of the top 10 masters in the martial world today. The number 1 person under heaven, an invincible sworn brother. This man is a legendary figure of the Beggars sect. Cursing, he shouted, "Which bastard ambushed me?" But when he saw who it was, he clutched his head and backed away repeatedly. "Grandpa Huang, what are you doing here? I only see an old beggar with a broken leg cursing behind him." Wolf Slayer sneered with disdain, "With your speed, slower than a turtle." At that moment, a stick suddenly appeared behind him. It struck him hard on the head. Lone Wolf winced in pain. He turned back, angrily. Fortunately, Gongshan is tough and resilient. After a while he recovered. He picked up his big axe and shouted angrily, "You bastard! I'm serious this time." That was the Plum Blossom Scatterhand, the top-notch pressure point technique of the Huashan sect, and his ghostly appearance in the air above Gongshan just now is the secret and exceptional skill of the dreaded Beggars gang, the 8 Immortals most beautiful. I didn't expect that at such a young age he has learned so many martial arts secrets. They both showed expressions of shock. The previous strike against the mountain had at least dealt 20 points of damage. Fearless of the path, he noticed a clue in Tu Lang's technique. Gongshan only felt powerful forces surging into his body, disrupting the smooth flow of his meridians. Immediately after, it was as if all his strength was drained. He collapsed to the ground. Zhao Bin and Zhang Yu were astonished. Tu Lang laughed and shouted, "Good timing. Too bad you were too slow." In the next second, his figure strangely appeared above Gongshan. He transformed his fist into a palm, striking toward the top of Gongshan like lightning, gasping for air. But the aura around him only grew stronger. With a loud thud, Gongshan's massive figure shot out like a cannonball. Seeing this, all of this happened in an instant. The two figures brushed past each other like the wind. Gongshan let out a scream. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, then steadied himself. Gongshan obviously still doesn't realize the seriousness of the situation. He clenched his fist. He charged straight towards Tu Lang. In the next moment, his voice suddenly stopped. Tu Lang's 18 palm winds had quietly struck him. As Tu Lang landed, he stabilized his stance. His aura suddenly surged. It was time to end this. Fearless, who was watching from the side, suddenly recognized the move, and the look in his eyes changed. This was the Beggar sect's 18 dragon subduing palms. The left leg comes crashing down towards Gongshan's head like a cannonball. Gongshan wants to dodge, but it's already too late. He could only rely on his astonishing defensive abilities to take the hit head-on. But even he, with his usual iron-like toughness, was kicked so hard that his head spun. His ears were buzzing. Its figure leaps into the air. It easily dodges this heavy punch. Then, its left leg is raised high. A downward strike is already gathering force. With a roar from the Wolf Slayer, Tu Lang's powerful blow slammed down onto the floor, and the wooden boards beneath him shattered instantly. Gongshan took the opportunity to clench his fist and gather strength, launching an attack against his opponent. Unexpectedly, the wolf slayer's speed is extremely agile. "Kid, let's begin." As soon as the words were spoken, a fierce gust of wind suddenly rushed toward him. Fortunately, Gongshan reacted very quickly, stepping back to dodge it. But don't underestimate him. He's not weaker than you. Be careful, or you'll end up with a face like a pig. Miyama rotated his wrist, completely unfazed. "Hurry up and strike." Wu Wei, looking annoyed, said, "You little brat, so rude. Wanna fight me? You have to defeat my underlings first." Then he turned to Miyama with a wicked grin and said, "It's time to test the results of your recent martial arts training." He went to visit his sworn brother. Unexpectedly, he encountered his descendants here, but at this moment, Tu Lang impatiently shouted, interrupting his thoughts. "What are you standing there for?" He thinks to himself, "Shen Ji's. So, he is my grandfather's sworn brother. Wo Gumming's grandson. Before I left the mountain, my grandfather told me." At this moment, Nangong Yinyu explained, "He is Shen Ji, the wolf slayer, a warrior who always wants to spar with experts. Fearless." When Yan glances at the other side, sizing them up. "Hey, you look strong. I want to duel you." Fearless saw this. His face instantly showed speechlessness. Is this guy crazy? What's all this noise about? Upon seeing this, Chen Li quickly told him what had happened, but before the Fearless One could say anything, the figure of Wolf Slayer had silently approached. He chuckled lightly. "Come on then, I can't wait anymore." Just as tensions were rising on both sides, a fearless figure slowly walked in from outside. "You guys." Zhang Yu immediately exploded with anger. "You arrogant bastard. Do you have a death wish?" The coyote's gaze was resolute, and his aura suddenly surged. Upon hearing this, Tu Lang spoke with disdain. "No problem. Anyway, I need to warm up." As soon as he said that, "They can't defeat me." At this moment, Zhang Yu appeared behind him and said coldly, "If you want to fight the Great Elder, you must defeat me first." The members of the Blue Palace family all stood up abruptly. They stared at him intensely, facing their hostile gazes. Wolf Slayer remained indifferent. "I can be sure of that," Elder Wayne Yan said with a calm expression. "This answer is quite interesting, but to defeat you, I don't even need to make a move." As soon as the words fell, Tu Lang clenched his fists. He said excitedly, "Because you look strong. I have dueled countless martial artists, but I have never encountered a master like you." Everyone was dumbfounded by his audacious tone. "He'll take it easy on you." The shocking statement left everyone on the scene speechless. The Grand Elder cast a sharp glance at him. "Tell me why you want to duel me," and said awkwardly, "Actually, I didn't come here to greet you." Then he said something shocking and wouldn't stop. Pointing at the Grand Elder, he shouted, "I'm here to duel with that old man. This boy is crazy," suddenly pointing at an old man and claiming to duel him. "Old man, don't be afraid. He'll go easy on you." He even earned the title Wolf Slayer. After hearing Zhao Bin's story, Wolf Slayer looked surprised and said, "Someone actually knows me better than I know myself." Nangong Yingru asked him curiously what brought him here. Wolf Slayer scratched his head and was raised by his sister Shen Yuan. At the age of 7, he met martial artist Guo Guming by chance and was adopted by him. Guo Guming sought out renowned masters to teach him martial arts and skills. Unexpectedly, this kid was born to be a martial artist. He's always seeking out sparring matches. His name is Shen Ji, right? Tu Lang was surprised that the other person recognized him. Showing a look of delight, Zhao Bin, who was in charge of intelligence, instantly recalled his background. Shenji lost his parents at a young age. He then softly asked about the boy's background. The boy laughed heartily and cupped his fists to introduce himself. "Nice to meet you. My name is Tu Lung." Nangong Yingru looked up in surprise upon hearing this. Chen Li could no longer tolerate it. He suddenly stood up and angrily cursed at him. Nangong Yingru quickly spoke up to stop him. He knew very well that as a newcomer, he should not easily provoke trouble, and he was furious. Seeing this, Zhao Bin quickly spoke up, telling him not to make a big scene. But just as Chen Li angrily picked up his chopsticks, the young man quietly came up behind them. "Hey, you guys are from the Nangong family, right?" The Nangong family finally arrived at the town where the Huangfu family was located. Everyone settled down in an inn to enjoy lunch. At that moment, Chen Li was glaring angrily at the dining table next door. There, a young man was looking at them with a mocking smile. This made Chen Li think he was provoking him. Interesting. Then it's settled. He immediately returned the wind soul to the hands of the fearless. The agreement between the two powerful figures, capable of influencing the order of the martial world, was reached during this meeting. The scene shifted. After a journey of over 50 days, if you guarantee that the Tian Palace will not get involved in the affairs of the Nangong family. After the Nangong family rises, you will be the master of Fenggun. Guan Xiaming heard this and immediately laughed out loud. "I saw Wu Wei throw a sealing sword at him. You know very well where this sword comes from, and it is very important to you. Because of grandmother, I don't want to take action against the Tian Palace. I would like to ask you for a favor. I hope the Tian Palace won't interfere in the affairs of the Nangong family." Guan Xiaming, upon hearing this, said with great interest, "Why should I agree?" He cupped his hands and saluted. "I shall take my leave then, elder. Please visit Tian Palace whenever you have time." At this moment, Wu Wei suddenly saluted and addressed Guan Xiaming, "Princess Guan." The Grand Elder replied sternly, "Tian Palace is no longer suitable for me. I am now the great elder of the Nangong family." Seeing this, Guan Xiaming said no more. "Since you've seen it now, you should hurry back." Guan Xiaming scratched his head and smiled as he asked the elder, "Aren't you coming back with me? Is he still alive?" Wu Wei, hearing this, spoke with a sorrowful tone. "He passed away a few years ago." The Grand Elder urged Guan Xiaming, "How could your great-grandfather have mastered the myriad swords?" At this moment, the Grand Elder explained that he was referring to Gu Yangpeng. He could also be considered your great-grandfather. Upon hearing this, Guan Xiaming's face lit up with joy. "Did that master teach you your swordsmanship as well?" Wu Wei, hearing this, helplessly replied, "My swordsmanship was taught to me by my great-grandfather." Guan Xiaming was astonished upon hearing this. "I don't care what they think. I just wanted to see the elder. At the same time, I really want to meet this descendant of the Wu family." With a wicked grin, he asked Wu Wei, "Is the sword technique you started with the Qi transformation sword as powerful as the legends say?" Egg opened its mouth. "What are you doing here, kid? If the Martial Arts Alliance finds out you've crossed the line, do you think they will let it go?" Guan Xiang clearly burst into laughter. A look of excitement appeared on his face. He quickly clasped his fists in salute. Respectfully, he said, "Junior pays respects to the elder. I hope you have been well lately." The Grand Elder's assistant slowly approached, continuously praising that they truly lived up to the Wu family's reputation. Their strength is indeed formidable. At that moment, the figure of the Grand Elder slowly walked out of the forest. "Have you all had enough of fighting?" Guan Xiaoming turned to look back. A powerful shockwave stirred up dust and smoke beneath their feet. Debris flew everywhere. After the evenly matched strike, the two retreated in opposite directions. Guan Xiaoming had a delighted expression. "When the title and inscription are severe, put away your playfulness." He reached for the hilt of his sword and dashed towards the Fearless. The weapons of both sides collided in an instant, but then came the voice transmission from the Grand Elder. He gave him a good scolding. "You wasteful fool. Is it time for you to show some respect now? Are you planning to let the guard die here?" They were sent flying in response. Such an impressive sword technique elicited a gasp of admiration from Guan Xiaoming. Could this be the legendary divine shadow sword technique? It truly lives up to its reputation. Felt an overwhelming sharp force approaching. Their bodies uncontrollably drifted toward Wu Wei, accompanied by Wu Wei's furious roar. A domineering sword energy shot out like lightning. Several members of the guard let out cries of agony in succession. His face changed drastically once again. That's the Founder's ultimate technique. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Suddenly, a torrent of fierce energy surged around Wu Wei like raging waves. The nearby guards, standing off, and his pupils contracted sharply. The legendary sword passed down through generations in the Fenghun Batian Palace. The moment the fearless longsword was unsheathed, its aura suddenly surged. Seeing this, Guan Xiaoming. Upon hearing this, Wu Wei's expression darkened as he slowly drew the wind soul from his waist. "Do you know what this is?" When Guan Xiaoming saw this, his expression turned serious. "He might be testing your strength." At this point, Wu Wei slowly lowered the iron bow. He turned to Guan Xiaoming and asked, "Can we stop now?" But Guan Xiaoming looked indifferent. "I have no ability to stop them." Fearless, with no sign of guilt. "People of Ba Tiangong." That title must mean she's the princess of Ba Tiangong, right? "Why did they attack me?" The Grand Elder sent a message. But this was the Great Elder's voice transmission. Faintly entered my ears. "All right, kid. Let them go. They are the strongest guard of Ba Tiangong." And were horrified. They cursed under their breath, thinking, damn it, he managed to take down half of the elite guards in just a few nights. Meanwhile, Fearless remained cold and stern, as the invisible sword slowly formed again, creaking loudly as the thick dust cleared. The fearless figure stood unscathed at the same spot. Lying at their feet were the corpses of several guards. The remaining members saw this. At this moment, the fearless invisible sword shot out like raindrops. The guards had no ability to dodge. Cries of agony echoed. The sword energy piercing through their bodies still had not weakened. The surrounding trees trembled, on the verge of collapse. Could this be the legendary sword made of qi? Right after, Guan slapped his forehead and burst out laughing. So, the legend was true after all. Today was truly an eye-opener. There was only a faint fief sound. Several guards couldn't even react in time. His thigh was pierced through. Seeing this, Guan and Xiaoming were suddenly shocked. Fearlessly advancing, his battered figure rushed forward at great speed. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He drew a bow with his bare hands. Like a full moon, several invisible swords shot out with the force of a rainbow piercing the sun. He quickly strung it on his bow and shot. In an instant, like lightning, it struck a guard's arms. The remaining guards, seeing this, all showed expressions of shock. With just an ordinary branch, he crippled his comrade's arm. Isn't that right? And that young man is most likely a descendant of that man. At that moment, the besieged Dauntless looked down at the branch beneath his feet. Without hesitation, he grabbed it. The guard team can never lose, even when facing the Arhat town of Shaolin. Guan Xiaming laughed heartily. Whether it's Arhat town or the guard team, both have lost to that strongest man. Guan Xiaming observed the situation in the field and smiled lightly at the captain, saying, "Who do you think will win?" The captain, upon hearing this, with a serious face, proudly replied. He laughed heartily and downed the drink in one go. "Then let's see if you're up to the task." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of guards shouted and swiftly charged toward Wu Wei. Surrounded by the strongest guards of the Overlord Palace, he remains fearless, his eyes sharp as a hawk's. He says to Guan Xiaming, "Aren't you afraid they will all die here?" Guan Xiaming, hearing this, seeing this, Wu Wei pulled out his iron staff and sneered, "Fight me. They could die." The young warrior is invincible. His swordsmanship is unmatched. Guan Xiaming's lips curled into a sinister smile. "My name is Guan Xiaming. You'll know soon enough." As soon as he finished speaking, the hidden experts in the shadows instantly surrounded Wu Wei. "It's all about reciprocity. He'll treat you to a drink too." Seeing the official drink it down with the same lack of vigilance, he cupped his fists and called me fearless. "May I ask what business you have with me?" Left Guan Xiaming astonished. He actually doesn't suspect a stranger's drink. Should I say he is brave or an idiot? And without fear, he finished it. He poured another glass. "Don't be so nervous. Have a drink." Wu Wei didn't think twice. He tilted his head back and downed it in one go. Such a bold move. This is truly terrifying. Guan Xiaming poured wine into the cup. He chuckled lightly and said, "Sorry. They are just here to ensure my safety." Then he quickly threw the wine glass at Wu Wei. Without fear, he followed him to a mountain forest. The person waiting was actually Princess Gun Yueming of the Betian Palace. Without fear, he twirled the wine bottle. He looked around. Xiao Dao was hiding 20 masters in the dark. The person was gradually exposed. Fortunately, he stopped pretending. He picked up his things and headed for the door. "Please, come with me. My master wishes to see you." Seeing this, Chen Li hurriedly called the waiter to remake the dish, and without fear, he walked straight towards a nearby guest. He sat down with a swagger. He got straight to the point and said, "You've been following us, haven't you?" This made him so angry that he put down his chopsticks and walked towards the door. "I'm going out for a walk. Before I come back, I hope there's nothing unpleasant left in the bowl." They set out in full force towards the Huangfu family. After a month of arduous journey, they arrived at Jing Mountain in Hubei. Unexpectedly, the highly skilled Wu Wei was at a loss over a bowl of noodles. The reason turned out to be the excessive amount of cilantro, and raised his arm high, proclaiming this was our first time stepping out of the Nangong family. This is also the first step towards our rise. I hope that with everyone's joint efforts, we can revive the Nangong family. Amidst the powerful shouts of everyone, "I'm afraid I'll be worse off than that table." Meanwhile, within the Nangong family, Ying Ru gathered over 100 elite warriors and prepared to depart for the Huangfu family. He was dressed in fine clothes. Everyone looked at the shattered table and awkwardly laughed. Huangfu started sweating nervously. I secretly scoffed. It would be strange if I didn't. When it comes to fighting, he let out a long sigh of relief. He patted his chest. Huangfu Wang did the same. With an embarrassed face he said, "Patriarch, don't be afraid. I'm not really going to hit you." Upon hearing this, the old family head took a sip of fragrant tea. He said, "If that's the case, there's really no difference." Huang Fu realized the misunderstanding was resolved. Huang Fu Yi composed himself and explained, although the Han family's history doesn't compare to the 5 great families, but they have done a lot of things recently. They have gained recognition from many people in the community. So I believe they are qualified to participate in the gathering as the 6th family. Smiled and explained, "You've all misunderstood me. How could I possibly forget the friendship between the 5 great families?" The old patriarch gave him a speechless glance. "But what's going on with the Han family?" Then he realized and looked embarrassed, saying that you had already invited them. At this moment, the scene fell into silence. The few of them exchanged glances. After a brief moment of awkwardness, Huang Fu Yi, "If that's not what you meant, just invite the Nangong family," with the utmost sincerity. Huang Fu Yi smiled politely. He said he had already invited them. Huang Fu Wangwin nodded repeatedly, saying it was good that they were invited. How can they rest in peace beneath the 9 springs, facing such angry elders? Huang Fuyi felt frightened and nervous. Things are not as you imagine. Huang Fu angrily pointed at his nose and scolded him. The Nangong family took the lead. They suffered heavy losses, which led to their decline. Has everyone really forgotten all of this? What about those brave warriors who died in battle? Nor do I look down on any family's power. The Wu family originally united hundreds of years ago to resist the Blood Alliance. It was because of that battle that the Wu family's reputation was established. 50 years ago, during the battle between the Central Plains and the Overlord Palace, the Wu family once again joined forces to resist foreign enemies. You insolent wretch! The 5 great clans are the 5 great clans. No matter how powerful the Han family is, it can never compare to the Nangong family. The gathering of the 5 great clans is not for flaunting power. The 5 great families are no longer what they used to be. The past Nangong family has long since disappeared. Most forces have already regarded the Han family as one of the 5 great clans. As soon as these words were spoken, the elder Huang Fu Wang beside them instantly flew into a rage. In a cold tone he questioned, "You need to give me a reason. The gathering of the 5 great families. Why invite the Han family?" Huang Fu Yi was sweating nervously. He lowered his head and explained, "I'm just going with the flow of the times." As soon as these words were spoken, there was a sudden loud bang from the table. The old family head clenched his fist, almost smashing the marble table. He had a sullen expression. Have the other 4 great families been invited? Huang Fu Yi respectfully replied, "The invitation has already been sent. Additionally, I have also invited the Han family from Shandong. The date for the gathering of the 5 great families has been set. It will be held during the Mid-Autumn Festival, 2 months from now." The old family head, upon hearing this, showed a look of joy. It's time to liven things up. Issuing commands. The rise of the Nangong family is based on this foundation. At this time, inside the residence of the Huang Fu family, one of the 5 great families, the family head and the elders are discussing an important matter. Huang Fu Yi stated, focusing on advancing as a vanguard to break through the siege. A team called the Sky Eagle specializes in various assassination techniques, skilled in decapitation operations, while the Fearless and others hold high positions in their families. They vow to restore the former glory of the Nangong family in one grand effort. And now, the Qianjian team has become a capable force on its own. Building on this foundation, Nangong Yingru divided them into two factions. One team is named Tianyang, but also attracted talents to train them into a powerful army. Now, 3 years have passed. Everyone has decided to let Nangong Yingru fully assume the position of family head. The Nangong family has officially reopened its gates, which have been sealed for 3 years. He grinned and said, "Interesting, it seems our fates are intertwined again." After 50 years, the once fallen Nanguo family of the ruined city, finally. The arrival of the Fearless not only revitalized the dilapidated mansion. "I've heard there's an unidentified young man using a bow," the Shadow Pavilion master respectfully replied. "Yes," it said, "he is a relative of the Nangong family." Wan Xiaming smiled lightly upon hearing this. After all, it was because of them that they found out his whereabouts. Also, inform all factions of Beishan Palace. No one is allowed to have conflicts with the Nangong family. Then he seemed to think of something, and asked. Upon hearing this, Wan Xiaming couldn't help but laugh out loud. If father knew he was still alive, he would definitely be overjoyed. "You represent Tian Palace to compensate Hu Gang for their losses." The scene shifts here, far away in Beishan Palace, beyond the borders. Princess Guan Xiaming listened with great interest to her subordinate's report. The Shadow Pavilion Lord stopped the old man. He truthfully told about the Hu Gang seeking revenge on the Nangong family. The man in red repeatedly said that he understood well. "Make sure to explain what I just warned him about clearly." Yan Ba became too lazy to speak further. He turned and left. At this moment, Yang Di looked stunned, his face full of disbelief. He hadn't even noticed the arrival of the Shadow Pavilion's people. The old man ordered the man in red to look at the token in Yang Di's hand. "Do you know what that token represents?" "You're from the Shadow Pavilion, right?" That person clutched their arm. With a face full of fear, he said, "Yes, please forgive me, sir. I'm just following orders." All you heard was a bang. The ceiling shattered. A red figure fell from above. The old man got up. He slowly said to that person, "I know you've been following me." Helplessly said, "It seems you don't understand the meaning of this token." Suddenly, the salt tyrant raised his hand and slapped it against the ceiling. "I'll let him tell you." Right after that, a golden token was thrown at Yang Di's feet. Yang Di picked it up and looked at it for a while, but he was completely confused. "What do you mean by taking this broken token?" Seeing this, the old man, "Do you think you can stop it just because you say so?" The old man heard this and simply smiled. "I'm not negotiating with you. I'm ordering you. You don't need to know who I am. If you don't want the Hu Gang to be destroyed, stop all actions against the Nangong family." "So, you're from the Nangong family. I've already issued the order to enter the palace." At this moment, Yang Di is filled with unease. This place is heavily guarded at night. How did he get in? Who exactly are you? A powerful aura surged from the old man at the figure in the darkness. "Who's there?" The figure calmly drank tea and slowly spoke. "Are you the leader of the Hu Gang?" Late at night, Yang Di lay in bed with a restless heart. Suddenly, a noise came from inside the room. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. He abruptly got up and shouted angrily, gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Are we really going to let the reputation of our Hu Gang be buried by the declining Nangong family? We absolutely cannot sit by and do nothing. Even if we have no chance of winning, we must give it our all to uphold the glory of Hu Gang." He solemnly said, "If the Hu Bang attacks with all their strength, what are our chances of winning?" Seong's expression was stern. Without even thinking, he blurted out, "We have no chance of winning." Yangdi, upon hearing this, Yangdi heard this. A moment of silence fell upon his heart, turning energy into a sword. Could it be related to the legendary figure? He then became serious. Bear too turned pale. Sweating coldly, he whispered, "We didn't lose. We couldn't block a single move. There's also a young man who can shoot invisibly with a bow. We weren't his match." Upon hearing this, Yangdi's expression grew even angrier. "You came in 2 against 1, and still lost." Facing the scolding, everyone fell silent as if chilled to the bone. They lowered their heads in shame. At this moment, San, still shaken, explained that the Nanggong family had somehow brought in a terrifying old man. "Even when I teamed up with Seong errors, those with intention could easily guess that he was a descendant of the Wu family, the #1 family in the world from Changbai Mountain." At this moment, Yangdi, the leader of the Hu gang, was furious with the returned elders. "You couldn't even take down a fallen Nanggong family. You are truly the waste of the waste." He is the strongest young man in the martial world today, relying solely on his archery skills. They beat the elders of the Hu gang into a frenzy, causing chaos. They fled in a panic. News of his use of energy to transform into a sword spread throughout the martial world. The disciples of the Nanggong family raised their arms and shouted in celebration. Wu Wei did not intend to annihilate the Hu Bang completely. The Nanggong family only paid the price of 6 serious injuries. If they continued to linger in battle, there might be casualties. Retreat. In an instant, everyone fled towards the forest in a panic. Seeing this, the old man said to Seong and Hu-san, "You should go too." Won the victory in the first battle, the Grand Elder was breaking out in a cold sweat. Is this the archery technique used by that veteran? Thinking of this, he hurriedly let out a loud shout, "Hu Bang disciples, listen up. Everyone, stop." All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Wu Yi quietly watched them and chuckled. "You guessed right. It's to defeat you with air." Recalling the previous attack, an invisible sword pierced through one man's thigh in a flash. Then Elder Huang let out a cry. As he was hit in the shoulder, only the Grand Elder reacted quickly and barely blocked a blow. Then he pulled the bowstring with empty hands. He was ready for a quick battle. The 3 elders saw him draw the bow without an arrow. They laughed and asked, "Do you plan to defeat us with air?" But the next second, at this moment, Yin Ru and Zhang Yu have all finished their battles. Seeing this, Wu Yi takes out the iron gong again. With a dissatisfied expression, he thinks that since his younger brothers are done, he can't fall behind. "Do you really want to die like this?" At that moment, 3 elders from the Hu gang roared and shouted to stop. "Don't hurt our young master." Wu Yi sees this situation. With a speechless expression, he wonders why these people can't stop. Filled with humiliation, he simply threw away the accessories. A broken pot is best smashed. He couldn't believe why the gap between him and Fearless was so great. "Just kill me." Fearless scratched his head in confusion, were effortlessly blocked by Wu Wei. He couldn't even touch the edge of his robe. Moments later, he fell to his knees, gasping for air. After the furious assault, he has no strength to fight anymore. With one sword strike, he forced Wu Wei back. Then the longsword slashed down like raindrops, relentlessly launching a frenzy of attacks. But even though he fought with all his might, the techniques he used, but in the next second, a cold blade silently pressed against his throat. Wu Wei sneered with a mocking smile, saying he was too happy too soon. Seeing this, Yang turned angrily. The earth-shattering sword struck down. A fierce sword light swept down from above Wu Ai's head. It was a sight to behold. Yang's lips curled into a sinister smile. He didn't expect to face off against someone so weak. "You're so easy to take down." They were like stone, rushing forward towards Wu Ai like lightning. Wu Ai's gaze was sharp. He stroked the wind soul in his hand. "Is this where your confidence comes from?" As Yang's furious shout echoed, Yang sees this. He immediately lets out a fierce shout. It bursts forth. Then, his figure blurs. Around him, several afterimages appear. "If that's the case, I'll grant your wish. Feel free to use any techniques you have." Yanba retracts the iron rod. He slowly pulls out the wind soul from his waist. "Face me head on," shooting from a distance. "What kind of hero does that make you?" Upon hearing this, Wu Ai couldn't help but grin. "You seem confident in your close combat skills." Under the pressure of the gas arrows, he is in deep distress. In the end, he can't help but stop. Pointing at the fearless, he angrily scolds, "Is this all you know? Like a coward using a bow and arrow. If you have the guts." Stood there in a daze. I can't shake off the shock. Meanwhile, the fearless keeps drawing the bow. It shoots urgently at Yang. Under the intense assault, Yang can only dodge helplessly. At that time, his thunder sword technique was not fully developed, but it seems like a decent skill today. "Just stay put. I don't want to kill you." Upon hearing this, Seong-ear was utterly shocked. "How could you possibly know my father? Who exactly are you?" The old man seemed lost in memories. He murmured, "I've known your father since he was a novice. I absolutely can't go down this easily." The old man saw this. He stood with his hands behind his back and said, "Your father is Huang Gu, right?" Upon hearing this, Husan's body instantly froze in place. He didn't dare doubt the old man's threat for a second. At this moment, the heavily injured Seong-ear suddenly struggled to his feet. As the elder of the Hu gang, lost in thought, he moved lightly. He planned to take advantage of the old man not being caught. At this moment, the old man's cold voice echoed, "If you dare get involved in Xiaobei's fight, I guarantee you'll be the first to die." Why does the Nangong family have such terrifying experts? In his panic, he couldn't help but shift his gaze to Xiaobei's battlefield. He knew very well that the old man's strength was beyond his capability to handle. It's better to kill more Nangong disciples, weaken their strength. At this moment, Seong-ear was terrified. He was so scared he couldn't speak. His ancestral secret technique, used with all his strength, had failed to harm a hair on his throat. Beside him, Husan was also shocked. Damn it. In contrast, the old man, standing quietly in place, without a scratch. He whispered, "So it's the Thunderstrike sword technique." Then, he slowly walked up to Seong-ear. With a sharp gaze, he said, "Do you still want to continue?" The residual power of the Jin Ping caused Husan to stagger backward repeatedly, counting the dissipating Chen Yan. However, Seong-ear spat out blood. He was swaying unsteadily. It was clear that he had suffered serious internal injuries. His aura surged. As his strike descended, it was faintly accompanied by the buzzing of thunder. This was his family's ultimate technique, the lightning-calling sword. A violent force mixed with the sound of thunder suddenly exploded in the venue. The raging Chen Yan instantly overwhelmed the old man. With an angry shout, he poured all his inner strength into the sword. "Die!" he roared. There was a sharp swishing sound. Siona's figure flashed above the elder like lightning. "What kind of monster is this old guy?" The old man said nothing. He slowly stepped forward. A terrifying pressure swept across like a stormy wave. Seeing this, Xiong-er dared not let his guard down. He easily shattered the overwhelming sword energy in an instant. Upon seeing this, Chao-san, his face changed drastically. Cold sweat broke out from fear. How is this possible? No one knows where he really comes from. All they know is that his martial arts are absolutely top tier in the world. Facing Elder Hu's fierce sword energy, struck with full force. He remained calm, with a casual lift of his sword. Suddenly, a low hum of the sword rang out. The next second, it appeared in the old man's hand like lightning. A powerful aura surged up instantly. "Is that so? Then let's see if you're capable of it." This old man is the most mysterious figure in the entire comic. "You old bastard, you dare to insult us." Immediately, Monkey 3's dual swords flashed out of their sheaths. He shouted angrily, "I will make you pay for this." The old man remained calm. He raised his hand and made a grabbing motion toward the sword on the corpse beside him. Suddenly, narrowed his eyes sharply. "You have the right to make me act, but you are not qualified to know my name." Upon hearing this, the two were instantly furious. He said slowly, "You do have some skills." At this moment, Xiong-er was already panting heavily, sweat pouring down his face. "You're flattering me. May I ask your esteemed name?" Upon hearing this, the old man, he suddenly let out a fierce roar. He actually mobilized all his internal energy to disperse the incoming pressure. The old man, seeing this, had a flash of surprise in his eyes. His whole aura resembled that of a fierce tiger looking down at him. A violent force suddenly swept over. It rendered Xiong-er and Hao-san unable to move their bodies. They trembled all over. Xiong-er's breath surged violently. Bear 2 and Monkey 3, who were at the forefront, were instantly terrified. "What's with this old man?" The old man stood with his head bowed. He exuded an imposing presence, without anger. His gaze was filled with unparalleled sharpness. "Well, deal with that old man, and come help you." With that, the two laughed and slowly walked toward the elder. The elder said nothing as they approached. He took a step forward. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure burst out in all directions. "Only by taking him down can we change the tide of the battle. Leave that old man to you guys." The third elder, Hu-san, with his sharp features, cackled mischievously. "Young master, don't worry. It's time to finish them off." Upon hearing this, Yang shouted angrily, "Take that guy down first." Elder Xiong-er, standing nearby, looked worried. "That guy is dangerous. Are you sure you can handle it?" Watching the disciples fall one by one, the young master's face suddenly changed. He angrily cursed them for being dishonorable. Wu Wei loosened up his muscles. With a wicked smile, he looked across. "Strike the enemy precisely with your swords." At this moment, Captain Zhang Hu of the Thousand Swords Squad fought fiercely, swinging his longsword and cutting down several foes in succession. At this moment, the sound of whistling sword rain drowned out the fighting. The sword arrows seemed to have eyes, as they pierced into the bodies of the Hu clan disciples. He then glanced over at the 1,000 ships fleet, which was engaged in battle. He thought to himself, "Although I can't intervene, I can still try to minimize the losses." Then he ordered Li Mazi, the captain of the Sky Valve squad, to have his team ready. "You must fire without obstructing the 1,000 ships fleet." After saying this, he turned his gaze toward the Hu gang leaders in the distance. "They are our true opponents, and the key to this battle." Wu Wei respectfully, cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your guidance. This is the path every true warrior must walk. Look at their eyes, filled with fighting spirit. Using the martial arts we taught them, they'll do their utmost to defeat the enemy. I believe they will surely win. If this continues, it might lead to heavy casualties." So he strode forward, ready to join the battle himself. But the old man stopped him and said, "This level of battle is not something you should intervene in, though some of them will die in this war. Seize them all." The strength of the Thousand Swords team, guided by the mysterious elder, has surged. For a moment, they are evenly matched against the guards of the Hu Bang. But on the sidelines, Wu Wei looks serious. He could tell that the opponent's combat experience was far beyond that of the Thousand Fleet. With a single command, "Order everyone to launch a full-scale attack on the Nangong family." Nangong Ying is strong and robust. She raises her sword like a graceful crane. Anyone who dares to invade the Nangong family, in a panic, they rushed forward to check. Although he was severely injured, at least there was no danger to his life. At this point, the young leader, Yang Yang, no longer said much, and summoned a divine dragon, just from the pressure it emitted. The enemies were rendered immobile. I could only watch helplessly as the sword pierced my shoulder. The captain of the Hu Gang's sword team fell down. It's been a long time since I've seen it with my own eyes. Then there was a soft sound in the arena. The sharp sword had already pierced straight through the captain of the guard's shoulder. The young man had mastered an unrivaled archery skill. He shot 7 arrows in a row. Its blood-red eyes stared at him. A powerful pressure suddenly hit him. He couldn't move. The old guardian watched the scene with a serious expression. Hallucination shot. The captain was halfway through his charge. Suddenly, he vanished from sight. A look of horror appeared on his face. "This is impossible." Suddenly, a giant dragon appeared in front of him. There was a sudden, deafening roar. The captain of the guards charged forward with a powerful strike. He dashed fiercely toward the front. Wu Wei released the bowstring expressionlessly. A massive pressure burst out instantly. "Let me use my strongest move to end this battle." With a serious look, he drew back the bowstring to express his apology. "I won't kill you. My behavior was disgraceful." "I apologize, Captain of the Guard," he said breathlessly. "It's just that I'm not as skilled as others." Then, his aura surged dramatically. He let out a loud shout. Wu Wei quickly lowered his head and respectfully apologized. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please, forgive me. I'm ashamed of my actions." He then turned, full of guilt, toward the captain of the guard behind him. "As a dancer, you sweat nervously for no reason." "No, as a dancer, do you not even understand this principle? The Wu family doesn't have such ill-mannered descendants like you, you bastard. Where did you learn this disrespectful behavior? Did Invincible teach you this? Or did Guanya teach you?" Facing the scolding of elders, in a fair duel, you should respect your opponent with your strength. This battle should have ended long ago, but instead, you used your power to toy with and humiliate him. How could I let you die so easily? Just as his arrow was about to be released from the string, suddenly, the old man's angry voice came from behind. "You bastard! What the hell are you doing?" The old man walked over slowly, his face full of disappointment. "A man can be killed, but never humiliated. Shameless bratton. If you have the guts, just kill me." Wu Wei laughed loudly and drew his bowstring again. "With such a great chance to teach my disciple." Immediately, 3 arrows were shot in succession. The captain of the guard was hit on the left shoulder, thigh and right shoulder. Under the onslaught of the arrows, He had no ability to dodge. He could only grit his teeth, glaring at Wu Wei with humiliation, and didn't take his life. Such exquisite swordsmanship left everyone in the heavenly punishment speechless. With a tone of teaching, Wu Wei slowly said, "This is the abandoned sword technique. An excellent archer must hit where they point." The sharp sword flashes past his neck like lightning. A column of blood spurts out. He clutches his wound, kneeling on the ground, his face full of disbelief. Luckily, Wu Wei was only toying with him. The captain of the guards suddenly turned around, startled and shivering all over. That sharp sword came back after being startled. It's already right in front of him. But at this moment, it's too late for him to dodge. Only by launching an assault up close can we engage in hand-to-hand combat. Fearless at the sight, his gaze sharp, he sneered repeatedly, "You should watch your back." In the blink of an eye, the captain of the guard hurriedly dodges to the side in a rush. Immediately, with a swift movement, he charges toward the Fearless, trying to break free from the predicament. And all of this seemed to be anticipated without purpose. The second sword is already knocked on the bowstring, ready to strike. This time, the attack is as fast as lightning. He stopped moving, exuding an inner strength. He no longer intended to dodge. Then, with a loud cry, he swung his sword. He sent the incoming shadow of the sword flying, charging straight ahead. But the next second, his pupils suddenly contracted sharply. Nijin suddenly turned around. He aimed precisely at him again, realizing something was off. To make an arrow fly slowly requires such perfect control. The captain of the guards knew something was off. He quickly leapt forward. Unexpectedly, he noticed the arrow was flying extremely slowly. The slowness immediately drew mocking laughter from the Hu gang members. An attack of this level, even a 3-year-old could dodge. Only a few of the Hu gang elders were shaken. This is the skill that an archer needs to master. With a whoosh, the sharp sword was instantly released. It flew straight toward the captain of the guards. The captain of the guards quickly prepared to defend. At that moment, the Tianfa team suddenly appeared behind Wu Wei. Wu Wei took out his iron bow. He looked at them with a face full of sarcasm. Then a sharp sword was placed on the bowstring. He chuckled lightly and said, "Watch closely." He says, "Are you talking about that unlucky fool who secretly poisoned Fist Wind?" The captain of the guards grits his teeth. His sword flashes out. "You bastard. Today, I'll tear you to pieces. That beast dares to mock me." Then, pointing at Fearless, he roared, "It's you, you bastard. Kill Quan Ba." Fearless hears this and sneers. Tai Dan landed unharmed on Fearless' shoulder, then easily nudged Fearless' head with his own, as if to show off his acting skills. The captain of the guards saw this and immediately flew into a rage. Wu Bang, the captain of the guards, saw this and sneered repeatedly, "That beast is already dead." But as soon as he finished speaking, a sharp eagle cry suddenly pierced the air. But its owner, upon seeing this situation, not only was he not angry, but he sighed helplessly. Then he lightly kicked Taiden with his foot. "Stop pretending, get up already." Fearless remained silent, not saying a word. He just quietly watched the iron egg on the ground. This falcon was a pet raised by the world's greatest master. Yet now it lay on the ground, struck down by a sword. Its life or death was unknown. He remained silent and slowly walked towards Taiden. The captain of the guard immediately thought that he was the master of the falcon. He raised his sword and pointed at Fearless. In a furious voice he shouted, "Are you the one who killed the champion of our Hu gang?" Weak whimpers kept escaping from his mouth. Seeing this, the crowd excitedly shouted that they had finally taken him down. Just then, a fearless figure appeared in the crowd's sight. Suddenly, a Hugang guard with a sinister look leaps in front of the captain. Seeing this, Tidan tries to dodge, but it's already too late. He is struck by a sword and is violently slammed to the ground. His eyes tightly shut, and died on the spot. Tidan moved like a swimming dragon, constantly looking for opportunities to take kills. Ordinary people can't even catch a glimpse of him. But that's only true for ordinary people. Angrily shouted, "It's Sun Zine Tentacle again. Hurry up and kill him for me." But just as he finished speaking, Tidan's figure flashed like lightning into the crowd. Several guards let out miserable cries in succession. They looked up in confusion toward the sky, where Iron Egg was circling above, crying out, his gaze sharp, seemingly warning them not to approach. Seeing this, Yanjiang, unexpectedly, as soon as the man leaped onto the city wall, was struck by a flash of white, his body crashing into the ground behind them like a cannonball. When they came to their senses, they found his neck had been slashed. He then turned to his son beside him and instructed, "Take more people with you. Go to the Nangong clan and teach them a lesson. It's time for people to know the true strength of our Hugang." That night, Yang Yang brought hundreds of experts to the outside of the Nangong clan. He ordered a guard to sneak in and investigate the situation inside the courtyard. Hearing this, Yang Di gritted his teeth in anger, fuming with rage. This is simply outrageous. How dare a declining noble family like the Nangong clan act so arrogantly? And the person who appeared at the Nangong family months ago also had a well-trained falcon. All of this is a conspiracy designed by the Nangong family. Now, all the merchants in Tianyun Trading Association have cut ties with Shunfeng. But orders from the Yinhe escort agency have doubled. He spoke coldly. "Is this news reliable?" Wu Jing replied with great certainty, "Absolutely correct. According to the description of the attacked subordinates, the attackers on that day were a group of falcons." He respectfully said, "It has come out. The one who defeated the bandits and saved He Yunchang comes from the Nangong family. Moreover, the robbers who repeatedly attacked the Shunfeng Escort Bureau are also members of the Nangong family." Yang Di listened. His expression was serious. In the blink of an eye, several months have passed. In the conference hall of the Hu Bang, the senior officials convened a meeting regarding the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce. The leader of the Wu Bang, Yang Di, said with a sharp gaze, "Has the investigation result from the intelligence department come out?" Minister Guo Jing stood up and saluted. He helplessly said, "You even resemble him in the way you ask for help." From then on, the old man stayed in the Nangong family to serve as an elder. Under his guidance, the Thousand Swords team made remarkable progress in strength. "Time flies," he said to the old man apologetically. "I brought you back. I would like to ask you for a favor. I want to ask you to become an elder of the Nangong family. Help teach these disciples martial arts." The old man sighed upon hearing this. The scene shifts. Wu Wei brought the old man back to the Nangong family. He never inquired about the old man's name or identity. He only knew that this elderly man was very likely a close friend of his grandfather. Wu Wei scratched his head, and he let out a hearty laugh. "Your arrogance is just like your grandfather's. You truly are a descendant of the Wu family from Changbai Mountain." Wu Wei displayed a shocked expression. "Do you know my grandfather?" Although his tone seemed apologetic, his gaze was sharp and intense. If the other party made any sudden moves, he would strike immediately. This action caught the elders' attention. In my opinion, you seem to be quite confident of your victory. Meanwhile, Wu Wei spoke respectfully, lowering his head in apology, saying, "Junior, didn't mean it like that," his tone full of confidence. "I can't guarantee I'll win against you, but I am definitely not going to lose." Upon hearing this, the old man curved his lips into a playful smile. "I can't look out for you." At this moment, the elder's tone lowered, and he said to Wu Wei, "So, are you confident you can beat me?" Wu Wei chuckled lightly. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Wu Wei hurriedly stopped him. "Before you understand the situation, shut up. If the meeting turns into a fight, the aura on him is as terrifying as that of a fierce tiger." The arrival of the old man startled Wei. He had never seen such a powerful expert in the Central Plains. At that moment, Chen Li suddenly pointed at the old man and shouted, "You old geezer, who are you really? I didn't expect you to notice me." Seeing this, Wu Wei showed a look of seriousness in his eyes. This person's aura is surprisingly as powerful as that of his deceased great-grandfather. This white-bearded old man is actually a peerless master of the hermit. At that moment, Wu Wei suddenly sharpened his gaze and looked back. He sensed a heart-pounding aura after the surgery. The next moment, an elderly man solemnly walked out of the operating room. He Yunchang will never forget Today's kindness. Meanwhile, Wu Wei and the others, who had run 10 miles away, laughed heartily. The performance was a great success. With this, Tianyun Chamber of Commerce will definitely work with the Galaxy Escort Agency. There must be a way to resolve the situation at the escort agency. In the end, the guard team helped treat the injured attendant. He Shofu was deeply moved by this scene, tears welling up in his eyes. "Little brothers, I admire the spirit of your escort agency. The Galactic Escort Agency is already running at a loss. If this continues, they might go bankrupt." Gong Shanwen immediately shouted angrily, "Are we just going to watch them die without helping? I believe if the director were here, he would also step in to assist." The escort team from the Galactic Escort Agency arrived right on time. Miyama suggested that they take care of the injured attendants, but one of the guards said they still had a mission. If they couldn't complete it on time, they would face a huge penalty. Yanba, with a swoosh, led his men and quickly fled the scene. He Shofu narrowly escaped death. He hurriedly thanked Gongshan. At this moment, meanwhile, Wu Wei suddenly covered his mouth and kept retreating. Trembling, he said, "How can you be so strong?" Then he pointed his sword at Gongshan. Furiously, he said, "Just you wait. Next time I see you, I'll kill you." But in the next second, Gongshan emerged unscathed from the cloud of dust. He Shofu's face lit up with wild joy. After all, in a flash, he had been completely won over. With a loud bang, it suddenly exploded in the forest. The violent force destroyed the nearby trees. Gongshan was left with a deep pit carved out in front of him. He Shofu saw this and was scared out of his wits. He suddenly sprang into action. Immediately, a sharp sword aura surged toward Gongshan. Seeing his boss stance, Gongshan dared not be the slightest bit negligent. He put all his strength into raising his hand to block and stepped forward. Gongshan pretended to spit on his hands. "Hurry up, Paul. I don't have time to play with you." Wu Wei didn't waste any words and felt a sense of calm in his heart. He must be the nobleman sent by heaven to save me. At this moment, Wu Wei suddenly stopped Chen Lizhen and said, "Step back. You're no match for him." Then he slowly drew his sword. With a horizontal slash coming down, Gongshan did not dodge or evade. He allowed the large knife to strike his arm. Then, without a scratch, he sent Chen Li flying back. He Shofu saw this situation. Upon hearing this, Gongshan let out a cold snorty. "Show me whatever skills you have. Bring it on." As soon as the words fell, Chen Liming leaped high into the air. Gongshan looked towards Wu Wei. He spoke lightly. "Don't worry, I'll take care of your problem." At this moment, Chen Li pointed at him and angrily shouted, "I don't care who you are. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. As a guard, one should protect the good with their life. Everyone in this escort agency is a coward," the richest man said with a face full of shame and anger. "It's all my fault for not seeing through them. May I ask what assistance you need?" He Shofu said indignantly, "I am a member of the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce. The guard team I hired abandoned us and ran away." Gongshan looked at them with furious blame. Gongshan stood there with an air of pride in He Shofu's eyes. He was like a savior. Gongshan, with a face full of righteousness, pulled He Shofu upper. "I am the captain of the escort team from the Galaxy Escort Agency." Chen Li sees this and quickly dodges with a few agile jumps. Wu Wei watches Gongshan strike with a speechless expression, wondering whether it was right or wrong to cast her in this role. "Bold thief, stop right there." Under the sunlight's reflection, Gongshan, wielding a giant axe, makes a shining entrance with righteousness all over his face. Yanba suddenly leaps forward, swinging his axe furiously at Chen Li. At this moment, Chen Li suddenly darted in front of Ho Shofu like lightning. "Compared to your offer, this shipment seems more valuable." Yanba raised his hand to strike down. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Wu Weiwen said in astonishment, "What deal? Please, let us leave here alive with the goods. After the task is completed, I'll give you all the profits." He still spoke each word deliberately. "I am a merchant. Goods are more valuable than my life. We are from the Tianyun Merchant Association. I want to make a deal with you." Just then, a fearless figure appeared before him once again. "You are really brave. Why not take the chance to escape?" Although he was afraid, seeing that the wealthy were indifferent, he sat helplessly on the ground. His attendants were all injured to varying degrees. "If we don't help them, I'm afraid they here. What about the goods?" After hearing this, the leader shoved him aside forcefully and coldly said, "There's no time to worry about that now. Just fend for yourselves," shouting loudly for his men to retreat. He saw this and quickly stopped him. He loudly questioned, "If you run, what about us?" Their bodies pierced through. Caught completely off guard, he was also shot through the thigh. Facing such a fierce attack, he no longer had the will to fight back and looked utterly confused. What the hell are those bastards doing? But in the next second, countless arrows rained down from the sky. Several of his men instantly screamed in agony. His gaze shifted slightly and thought, the next step of the plan begins. "Brothers, let's go." Yanba led his men like the wind into the depths of the forest. The leader saw them fleeing in panic. He was already thinking of retreating. Just at that moment, a cold flash suddenly shot towards him from behind. A sharp sword grazed past his ear and lodged into a nearby tree. Fearless saw this. He Shofu realized that the Shunfeng Escort Bureau was simply not their match. He was filled with shock. The leader watched the scene before him, his face filled with disbelief. At that moment, he was terrified. And Wei, under the frenzied attack of dozens, stands firm like an old dog. In a flash, he weaves through the crowd, The people behind him were drenched in blood. The feathers fell on the spot. They are no longer what they used to be, swift and decisive in their actions. Every move is lethal. In the blink of an eye, they have the enemy tumbling in chaos. He led his subordinates to attack the fearless ones. Seeing this, the octopus and others immediately drew their weapons and counterattacked. After enduring the ruthless training, even in death, he couldn't understand who his opponent really was. The leader of the Shunfeng escort agency saw his master killed and was furious to the point of breaking his teeth with a shout. Unfortunately, he will never get an answer to that question. This master, who bears a striking resemblance to Oyuri Yagami, is the infamous King of Fists. With his meteor fist technique, he was undefeated across the world. Yet now, he has been cleaved in two by a young man barely of age. The Punch King's rushing body suddenly froze in place. Then came a scream of agony, as blood gushed from half of his body. How is that possible? Who are you, really? Leaped into the air. A rapid attack came rushing in. You can go to hell. But in the next second, a fearless figure appeared behind him like lightning. I'm fine. Everything goes according to plan. Yanba slowly stood up. Pretending to be seriously injured, he said, I didn't expect you to poison the wind of your punch. Upon seeing this, Kwando, he knelt on one knee, his clothes tattered. A few of the octopus group noticed this, hurriedly tried to rush up to check. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by Wu's voice transmission. A violent explosion suddenly erupted in the arena. The terrifying tailwind nearly blew everyone away. Once the dust settled, Yanba stood in place with a streak of blood at the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Wu Wei staggered back several feet. Not good, this guy actually used poison. The Fist King cackled sinisterly, gathering all his inner strength into his fist. With a loud hum, their moves collided instantly. He knows all too well that merely dodging is meaningless. He swiftly changes his movement style. He rushed straight towards the Fist King. But at that moment, he felt a wave of dizziness hit his head. Pegasus Meteor Fist fearlessly dodges repeatedly under the fierce punch attack. Wherever he passes, the ground is shattered to pieces. Yet the Pegasus Meteor Fist follows closely like a shadow, as if every shadow of the fist is a solid entity. Then he crossed his hands in front of him and easily blocked the fearless sword technique with his body. Taking advantage of the moment when the fearless strike was uncertain, numerous fist shadows appeared before him, charging at him to attack. Then he leaps forward. He raised his long sword and struck down with an axe. Seeing this, the Fist Dominator revealed a faint cold smile on his face. Do you think you can kill me? His expression is indifferent. He keeps dodging and evading. He stabilizes his stance, gripping the hilt of his sword. He coldly remarks that the action is too slow. Seeing the blood wolves dealt with so easily, Fist King was shocked. Then he angrily charged forward. A punch goes straight for the vital point of the fearless. Under his assault, the fearless remains calm. The two blood wolves hadn't even reacted before their necks were grabbed in an instant. The terrifying strength twisted their necks right off. Fearless looked at the returning Iron Edge with a face full of disgust. Please don't wipe blood on me. Ready to intervene. At that moment, the iron egg in the air let out a sharp sound, then transformed into a bolt of lightning, passing between the two of them with a single command from Quanba. The blood wolves let out a chilling howl, rushed toward them. Chen Li and Zhang Yu saw this and hurried forward. She blew a loud whistle. Suddenly, two blood-red wolves leaped out from the bushes behind. These were the fiercest blood wolves from Wolfhead Mountain. Their mouths were drooling, staring viciously at Wu Wei, sighed and waved his hand repeatedly. He said impatiently, "Why are you villains always so long-winded?" Seeing this, Quan Ba decided to stop wasting words. Pouting her lips, he looked at Wu Wei with a face full of mockery. He chuckled and said, "You guys aren't ordinary thieves. Tell me your real purpose. I might just let you keep your whole bodies intact." Upon hearing this, Wu Wei sees the arrival of the Fist Tyrant. His eyes are determined. According to the intelligence report, the Fist Tyrant's iron fists are harder than any weapon. He has built a formidable reputation solely with the celestial horse Meteor Fist. The newcomer had a hairstyle resembling that of a certain shrine. It turned out to be the elder of the Hu gang. The leader of the Fist Dominators saw this. He hurriedly cupped his hands in salute. "Master, you must stand up for your disciple." Wu Weiwen smiled lightly. He said, "Do you really think you can catch us with your group?" Just then, a figure approached with a strange laugh. "Is this the thief who has been playing you all for fools?" Dozens of figures charged forward, weapons in hand. In an instant, they formed a circle, surrounding them tightly. The leader recalled the recent days of being robbed, gritting his teeth. What infuriated him the most was that, before leaving, they had mocked him with a gesture. "Tonight, I'll make you pay dearly for humiliating me." Then, Fearless appeared before them with his crew. "We've been waiting for you here for a long time." The leader, seeing this, waved his sword and shouted at his men, "Go, all of you! Don't let them escape." At his command. But just as he finished speaking, everyone suddenly heard a voice saying, "What is Hu gang even worth?" Upon hearing this, the leader immediately drew his sword and shouted, "Show yourself." Shofu was already pale with fear, trembling all over. Seeing this, the leader of the escort agency laughed and reassured him, "Master He, rest assured, we've hired many experts from the Hu clan to assist us. If they dare to come, we'll make sure they don't return." This is also an order from Elder Hu. The goal is to ruin the reputation of the Shunfeng escort agency. That night, the Shunfeng escort agency was transporting a shipment of priceless goods along a mountain path. The accompanying wealthy merchant anxiously looked around. Recent rumors had filled him with fear. He is the grandson of the current #1 in the martial arts world. Yet now, he is involved in robbing supplies from the Shunfeng escort agency. And he shamelessly grabs and runs away. In just a few days, he has completely robbed the escort tasks taken over by the Shunfeng escort agency. And all of this is just a trap set by Wu Wei, ready to spring into action. Fearlessly covering their faces, one boldly stood up and said, "Brothers, remember this. Grab and run. Whoever falls behind is a little dog. I fear I have thought of a righteous method. That is to rob the goods transported by the two major escort agencies. And this place is the essential route of the Shunfeng escort agency." Upon seeing the escort team arrive, they appeared serious, feeling lost. The scene shifts. They are dressed in black, hiding in some tall grass. A moment of honesty. At this moment, Woody suddenly took his hand warmly and said, "You just need to focus on your own matters." Then, a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "In a little while, orders will have you swamped with work." Kang Yingji was completely confused by these words. The Nangong family has returned. The Galaxy Escort Agency will do everything it can to help. But then his expression suddenly turned pale. With the current situation of the Galaxy Escort Agency, it can barely protect itself. because it indeed bore the seal of the Nangong family. Seeing him calm down, Wu Wei released his pressure points. Kang Yingji immediately stood up in excitement. He shouted, "That's great." Then he pulled out a note from his robe. "Calm down and take a look at this. This is personally written by the head of the Nangong family." Kang Yingji read it. His expression changed dramatically in an instant. He started trembling all over and let out a soft sigh. Then his figure blurred and he disappeared from where he stood. In the next second, he appeared behind Kang Yingji. With lightning speed, he raised his hand and sealed his pressure points. Instantly drew his sword. His expression alert. The Nangong family has been unheard of for decades. How could it possibly appear here now? Wu Wei saw his disbelief. "Who are you people?" Only to see Wu Wei calmly walk over. "We are from the Nangong family. We're here today to discuss something with you." Hearing this, Kang Yingji. At that moment, a voice sounded from behind. "Don't worry, the Galaxy Escort Agency will rise from the ashes soon." Hearing this, Kang Yingji immediately stood up in shock. Director Kang Yingji is holding his head, suffering from a headache. Since the downfall of the Nangong family, the business of the Galaxy Escort Agency has been in decline. Now it's even reached the point where they can't pay the employees. Fearless gave a wicked grin and said, "In that case, we need to cause some trouble for the other two escort agencies." The scene shifts. At this moment, inside the Galaxy Escort Agency, the Nangong family had its own escort agency 200 years ago. But after the decline of the Nangong family, they lost contact. If we can find the Milky Way Escort Agency from back then and support it, perhaps our funding issues will be easily resolved. After some thought, upon hearing this, Zhao Bin, his expression suddenly became serious. "It seems that the escort agency can indeed provide us with a stable income. The intelligence manual brought by the Hainan faction contains records." He said that currently, most of the escort agencies in the Central Plains are supported by demonic forces. Just talking about the two largest escort agencies nearby, Shunfeng Escort Agency has received strong support from the Hu Gang, while the Yuan Tong Escort Agency is backed by the Shadow Pavilion. Their annual profits reach up to 1 million taels of gold. How could we engage in such dirty deeds? However, Zhao Bin thought of a more reliable method. Various sects in the martial world often establish escort agencies to earn commissions. The Nangong family should also form its own escort agency. This proposal immediately caught Wu Wei's attention, but Butler Guo's face was filled with worry. At this moment, everyone sat in silence. They all pondered how to make money. Gong Shanti, who came from a pirate background, suggested that they might as well go rob someone. This idea immediately drew a round of disdainful looks. "We are upright people." They were bound to become the strongest army that would help the Nangong family reach the pinnacle. But 6 months later, they encountered the greatest challenge in history. Due to the enormous resources required for training, he was out of money. He also divided the disciples into two major martial arts systems, the force-splitting practice and the Nangu family's basic martial arts, the boundless sword technique. This was named the 1,000 Sword Team. BP was selected by him for specialized training in archery, known as Tianfa. These two armies were imbued with immense effort, is the first step to winning people's hearts. Seeing such abundant resources, the disciples pledged their loyalty. In order to quickly enhance their strength, they selflessly offered to teach the Shaolin's top martial arts scripture and the Nangu family's inherited movement technique. Cloud. that reviving a declining family in the martial world is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, this heavy responsibility seems not so unattainable when it falls on the invincible Fearless. He first selected excellent talents from nearby small forces to join the Nangong family, and spent a large amount of resources to obtain chi-gathering pills to enhance their power. And this extravagant means. That day, Wu Wei suddenly brought back a group of martial artists from outside. They are all carefully selected talents from nearby small family forces, fearless and brave. His goal is to train this group of talents into an army strong enough to help the Nangong family reach the peak of the martial arts world. It is well known. After discussing, Wu Wei and Nangong Yiru decided to close off the Nangong clan for a period of time. After 3 months of non-stop work, the Nangong family was completely renewed, showing no signs of its former dilapidation. Wu Wei had no intention of killing him. Instead, he ordered them to find someone to renovate the Nangong family estate. Under Wu Wei's formidable presence, how could they dare to disobey? The next day, a large group of construction workers flooded into the Nangong family to begin building. After receiving a definite answer, he wept tears of joy. A single person from the invincible family of Changbai Mountain reversed the entire situation in the martial arts world. Unexpectedly, heaven had not given up on the Nangong family. As for those bandits, these 2 manuals are indeed the lost ultimate techniques of the Nangong family, the infinite swordsmanship and the heavenly swordsmanship. Butler Guo saw this, and with a surprised look, seemed to realize something. Could it be the young master from Changbei Mountain? If we trace it back, I could say him your distant cousin. Lianba took out the 2 secret manuals given to him by Grandma Nangong. Nangong Yingru took them and glanced at them. Her face instantly showed shock. He collapsed on the ground in a sorry state. Nangong Yingru approached Wu Wei and expressed her gratitude. "May I ask, who exactly are you? Why did you help me?" Hearing this, Wu Wei smiled and replied. He cracked his knuckles and glared at the bandit leader. "No way, I need to hit you a few more times." Under the cover of night, the bandit leader's screams echoed through the sky. The next day, he was beaten to a pulp. Flashing past, dozens of lackeys screamed in agony and collapsed to the ground. Seeing how much fun he was having, Gongshan was furious. Zhang Yu was having a great time under the attack of the minions. After a bit of fun, he held the hilt of his sword and laughed. "You can't even touch my clothes. Still want to come and kill me?" Then the long sword suddenly appeared in the crowd. Gongshan, seeing this, could only sigh in helplessness, truly speechless. He hadn't even had his fill of beating yet. Then he stood up and looked towards Zhang Yu. The bandit leader is also a tough character. The pain in his leg was unbearable. He quickly turned and knelt down to plead for mercy. "Please spare me. I won't dare again." Gongshan apologized with a regretful look. Sorry. Why did you put your leg under my foot?" At this moment, the leader held his leg and cried out in pain. "Mom!" Gongshan crouched down. He said fiercely, "You're not even qualified to scratch my itch." Gongshan was not harmed in the slightest. Instead, he used the force of the counterattack to knock him down. The leader, full of fear, looked at the broken sword and said, "Don't come any closer." Then Gongshan stomped on his ankle. A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. Gongshan stood there in a daze. He showed no intention of dodging. A sharp sword momentarily pierced toward his abdomen. Unexpectedly, in the next second, the leader displayed an incredible expression and was furious, grinding his teeth. He then slowly drew his longsword. and said with a chilling tone, "Today I'll chop off your head and use it as a chamber pot." With that, he let out a roar and raised his sword, gathering strength. Chao Gongshan charged forward to attack Yi. "Just don't kill them." In the end, they decided that Gongshan would take on the leader. Zhang Yu would deal with all the bandit underlings. The leader saw them exchange just a few words, completely disregarding him. Wu Wei turned to a few younger brothers and asked, "Have you heard of them?" The younger brothers shook their heads. They looked completely confused. This made Ji Quan furious. "How dare you play me for a fool?" Wu Wei then said to Gongshan and Zhang Yu, "You two go teach them a lesson. Ji Quan is the ruler here. Who are you all exactly?" Wu Wei heard his name, suddenly showing a look of shock. Just when Ji Quan thought they were scared off by his reputation, he crashed heavily into the courtyard wall. Such astonishing strength. Instantly, everyone was stunned and speechless. But the leader had no discernment at all. He shouted loudly, "I am the leader of the Grasshopper Gang." Wu Wei couldn't be bothered with him. He casually threw a light punch at his chin. Several of his front teeth flew out. He flew backward like a kite with a broken string, spinning thousands of times in the air. "Are you the last generation of the Nangong family?" Nangong Yingru, looking puzzled, confirmed her identity. At this moment, a bandit behind him pointed at him and cursed. "Where did this brat come from? How dare you ruin my boss plan?" Lian Ba swung his rusty sword at Wu Wei. One phrase of "Damn, it won't get you far in the world." This behavior immediately aroused the righteous indignation of the fearless. He ordered them not to have any improper thoughts. I'm the main character here. Then, with a serious face, he walked up to Nangong Yingru and asked, and Wu Wei timed it perfectly to step in with money, playing the role of a hero saving the damsel in distress. Unexpectedly, Nangong Yingru's pitiful, stunning beauty caught the eye of a few country bumpkins from the mountains, drooling over her. Everyone sighed, lamenting their lack of education, but he was crippled in one move. Even had to pay to rebuild the ruined Nangong family. Just a moment ago, Nangong Yingru had become a lamb to the slaughter under siege. A voice suddenly rang out, "Are you sure you want to do this?" Then the fearless one ordered his men, "Who wants to teach them a lesson? I want him alive too." He was the most pitiful bandit leader in history. He had planned to abduct an innocent young girl in broad daylight. She had already cost them dozens of men. The leader walked forward with a wicked grin. Laughing, he said, "Don't kill her. I want him alive." At this moment, in the end, she collapsed to the ground, exhausted. If this goes on, I'm afraid she'll die from sheer exhaustion. The bandits glared at her in anger. They couldn't believe this woman was so difficult to deal with. The assault was fierce. As one group fell, another group quickly followed up. After fighting for hundreds of rounds, her breath gradually weakened. "Let's have some fun with this little lady." With that, a dozen men charged at Nangong Yingru, shouting. Although Nangong Yingru acted decisively and knocked down several people in succession, she was unfortunately outnumbered. Nangong Yingru swiftly drew her sword, shouting angrily at the filthy scoundrels, "Today, I will definitely kill you all." The bandits saw this and looked even more excited. "Brothers," as soon as he said that, Nangong Yingru trembled with rage. "You deserve to die." She swiftly struck out with a sidekick aimed at the leader's head. Unexpectedly, he dodged easily with a low duck. The first strike failed. Is he the last heir of the Nangong family? I really want to see how hell handle this next. At that moment, the bandit leader suddenly burst into wild laughter. "You still think the Nangong family is one of the 5 great families? Your father is dead. What does that have to do with us? And immediately clenched his fists in anger. My father's body is still unburied. No matter what you are celebrating, I advise you to leave here immediately. At this moment, in the distant jungle, several figures quietly watched. They were the fearless ones who had rushed all the way from Hainan. Unexpectedly, the bandit leader grinned maliciously. Isn't this Miss Nangong? I'm in a good mood today. Come over and drink a few cups with me. Nangong Yinru heard this. To celebrate our victory over the Black Tiger Gang, we won't stop drinking until we're drunk tonight. As soon as the words were spoken, Nangong Yinru walked over with a gloomy expression. What are you bastards doing? At that moment, loud laughter suddenly came from outside the yard. A group of bandits gathered around the campfire, drinking and eating meat. How joyful it was! The leader raised his cup and shouted excitedly, "Brothers!" Nangong Yinru finished reading. Gritting her teeth, silently choking on her sobs, he angrily pushed open the door and walked into the yard. He was unwilling and didn't want to give up. Even if it cost him his life, he had to complete the mission of reviving his family. Her father hoped she would no longer be fixated on reviving the family. Generations of them had already sacrificed too much for it, but even after giving everything, it all ended up being futile. He didn't want his daughter to suffer the same pain they had. Upon hearing this, Butler Guo's expression changed. With a downcast look he said, "The master passed away shortly after you left." Not long after, Nangong Yinru knelt in front of her father's memorial, silent and unmoving. Steward Guo handed over a letter left by her father. It was just an ordinary longsword. It's not a magical weapon. It seems that relying on finding the treasures left by ancestors to revitalize the family is impossible. After adjusting his emotions, he asked Butler Guo behind him, "How is my father?" Then he drew the longsword from the secret chamber. With a flick of his wrist, multiple sword slashes appeared in an instant. But the next second, a look of disappointment crossed his face. One of the copper pieces says "take medicine." The other two are unclear due to rust. Nangong Yinru didn't think much and took the pills. But now it seems that pill had no effect. Check if there are any changes in the body. It turns out he was at home. He found 3 things in the clan's secret chamber: a common box of pills, and a copper piece with engraved text, "Grandpa Gu, how long have I been inside?" Hearing this, Butler Gu quickly replied, "Miss, today is already the 7th day." Nangong Yinru was slightly taken aback. Then she began to search around her body. An old man quietly waits outside the secret room with a lantern. At this moment, a fair hand pushes open the stone door. Suddenly, a graceful figure leaped out from the hidden chamber. This woman is the last descendant of the Nangong family. Nangong Yinru gently brushed off the dust from her clothes. Their adventure in the Central Plains officially begins. But what they do not know is that the once glorious Nangong family is now as dilapidated as ruins. 50 years apart, the once glorious Nangong family has indeed fallen into ruins. He awkwardly surfaced. He cursed at Wu Wei, saying it was damnable. Wu Wei, with a face full of indifference, replied, "This is the punishment for being late." Then he instructed Zhang Yu to climb up to the deck along the rope. A farce makes everyone share a smile. The boatmen were amazed by the series of moves, like it was a musical performance, cheering in secret, as Zhang Yu happily greeted when stepping onto the last plank. The plank suddenly shattered for some unknown reason. Zhang Yu fell straight into the sea with a splash. He drew the bow with full strength. In the next second, the boards flew neatly toward Zhang Yu's feet. Zhang Yu reacted quickly. He lightly tapped on the boards in succession. Using the momentum to move forward, he used the momentum to fly toward the merchant ship. Poor Taidan was kicked into the sea, but there were still several feet between the octopus and the deck. At this moment, Zhao Bin somehow found a few wooden boards. Fearlessly, he placed the boards on the bowstring. Taidan threw him directly with a whoosh. Taidan's figure flashed like lightning under the octopus, and he instantly realized a futile effort. Then, with a heavy stomp on Taidan's back,